Hello, this is Andrew from Chip Theory Games. Let me know if there is sound. Are we good? Are we good? Give me a sound in chat if we're good.
Give it a sec.
Give it a sec to refresh. Got a delay. We got a delay. Sound? Hello?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Hold on, there's a delay.
There's a delay.
Sound confirmed.
All right, sound is here. So it's me, Andrew. I'm not going to be teaching you how to play Elder Scrolls. That's going to be the wonderful Salem. I just wanted to come in and give you updates on things. Elder Scrolls is in the late pledge status. So if you like the thing that you see today, you should back it. That's what you should do, because then you'll get a copy of it at a price that is lower than retail, I believe, and you'll get a free Thieves' Trove add-on. That's a good feature. I also want to preface, this is a prototype. What you have seen during the campaign was our printed off, nice, we sent that through production, full arted stickers, nice cards, everything was nice as it will be in the final. What you will see today is a lot of the same art. Art takes a long time to get approved, so you will see a lot of this bat, you'll see a lot of this skeleton, and just a lot. So be prepared. Not all the enemies in the actual game are going to be skeletons. These are the updated rules for the Elder Scrolls. So Sam is going to walk you through those as soon as I'm done here. And then as far as other campaigns, so 20 strong, we're going to have an update out soon as we have the update to give. I also just want to update it right now. Sam is not going to be taking just general company questions during this stream. If you have questions about gameplay, if you have questions about rules, shoot those our way. This is heavily intended to teach our playtesters how to play this game. So that is largely what is going to be happening here, is just a very by the books. These are the rules. If you have questions about rules clarifications, rules questions, we love rules questions at this time. But if you're asking when Elder Scrolls is going to be fulfilled, don't ask that right now. You can ask that right now while I'm talking. Don't ask that while Sam's talking. Also, September next year is still the goal. Campaigns, best place to get updates on those. Always going to be on the pages for them. I know a Burn Cycle update as well as a Toonie Bones Unbreakable update are going to come out as soon as we have updates on those fulfillments. It should be pretty soon here. Elder Scrolls update just went out. Might be why you're here. And then 20 Strong update. We just got some new dice for 20 strong, so might be an update soon on that one. Check it out. Any questions in the chat there?
Not yet, but there is a delay, so don't forget.
Okay. Give it a few minutes for any questions, and then we'll cut to a mid-roll, and then we'll come back and Salem can teach you how to play Elder Scrolls, give you a rundown on how it works and the changes that have happened. I'm going to wait a few moments here. Salem, if you don't see anything in a minute or so, just cut to mid-roll. Otherwise, you don't have to do that, and I can answer questions because I'm here.
Can we have the game tomorrow?
Which game?
The game.
I don't know about the game. I don't know what the game is. Is there a game called The? Because we don't make that, and you could probably have it tomorrow, maybe.
How was Origins?
It was good. Very tiring. I'm very tired still, but very good. Good convention.
All right, and then just in general, how's your day been?
Ah, shucks. It's been good. I don't know. I've been prepping for this live stream, so it's a regular work day for me. Any questions that aren't about how I'm doing as a person?
How long will this stream be?
That depends on you, Salem. How long do you think this stream will be once I am gone?
Honestly, I'm not sure. But it will be posted
sure.
later, right?
Yeah, this will be posted later. I mean, just in general, all of our streams, don't worry about catching them live. We love to have you here, but they will always be just posted automatically. I understand we typically stream in a part of the day where people have work. In fact, I have work, and that's why I'm doing it during this time.
Last question. What does the game taste like?
Hickory. It's hickory. I like the wood because we make all the neoprene out of hickory. I don't know. Rubber? What do you... Is that the last question for it?
Yep, that'll be the last one.
All right. Goodbye, everybody. I loved seeing you. I might pop in during Salem's Teach. Otherwise, we'll be back shortly with the actual gameplay. Give it I'll say 5 minutes or less. That seem... You 5 minutes?
You're the ones who's got to change the camera, so...
Yeah, there won't be a face cam for this, so I'm sorry. You won't get to see Salem's lovely face, but you will see this board game's lovely face.
Is hickory confirmed, or is that subject to change too?
It's all prototypes. It's cheaper and quicker to make everything out of hickory in the early stages.
All right, go on mute.
Go on mute.
All right, welcome back, everybody. This is Salem, so I'm going to get started and jump right into it. And again, as Andrew mentioned, this is sort of going to be a very rules-heavy. It's not going to be so much of a playthrough, though we will sort of see examples. So it can be used as like a reference for playtesters or also for anybody who's just curious to sort of, check in on the game. So I'm going to go through the structure as it is going to be laid out in our current rulebook. Of course, everything's subject to change. But so the first time you play, so this is a 3-session campaign game. However, you can also play it as a single session game if you prefer. If you just want to do session 1, essentially do session 1 over and again. But it is primarily built around being a 3-session campaign. And so if this is your first session playing, the very first thing you'll do is choose a province you want to go to. So there are 5 different provinces in the base game. There's Black Marsh, which we are going to be using, but if we wanted to go to High Rock or Skyrim instead, we could choose that now. Additionally, then you choose your game difficulty. So at the moment, there are 3 difficulties. There is, they are called, and I apologize if I get this mixed up, but it's Apprentice, Adept, and Expert. And it's sort of modeled after the Elder Scrolls difficulties, where Novice and Expert, or excuse me, Novice and Master, you'll see are used elsewhere for the class abilities. So you choose your game difficulty. That is going to dictate things like how many dice you can start with, and as well as how much you heal and recover dice at the end of every day. So we're going to just do the standard difficulty, which is right in the middle. It is the Adept one. And what that says is that at the end of every day, you get to heal for 1 HP and recover any 1 die from your cooldown. But also at the very start of the very start of the campaign, you get to start with 2 skill dice of your starting skill line. So that's where you'll select the difficulty, and that of course will all be laid out in the rules. Then you get to set up your adventurers. So I'm going to set up 2 adventurers here, and the adventurer maps are going to look like this. I would put this in the close-up camera, but I think it's a little too big for that. So we're going to just sort of put it here for now. So when you are setting up your adventure, the very first thing you're going to do is choose your race. And so all of the sort of playable races in the Elder Scrolls games are available in this game. And so I might be like, oh, well, okay, I'm going to be an Argonian. And you can just freely pick. These will be double-sided with different art. So I have the other side printed off here of the Argonian, just to sort of show off what it could look like. So there's going to be 2 sides, and there are not any differences for stats or abilities. It's just art. And then there's going to be 2 of these double-sided sheets with different art as well. So there's essentially 4 different art pieces you can choose when building your character. So you'll select your character there. And then after you select your character, you will assign your stats. So the characters are going to have 5 different stats. The first is going to be their health, which is going to be marked with one of these tokens. It's either going to be a 5 or a 4, depending on what they have. There is the stamina, which you'll notice has no number on it, because those are going to be represented by little tokens that we put in the map. There's also combat. That is sort of like a generic starting skill line that you get that's just raw combat potential. So that is going to be things like just dealing basic damage or basic defense. And then there's also your magicka, and that's sort of how much you can use magic-based abilities, your range for magic. Stamina is also going to be your range for like stamina-based abilities, so things like archery, as well as how many stamina dice you can roll, and then how much you can freely move during your turn. The last one on the bottom here is your cooldown. That is at the end of your turn how many dice you get back that go down onto cooldown. So when you are building your character, you get to place these wherever you would like in any of these 8 different sort of circles. I do actually have a slightly updated one. We don't have it printed off here or cut out, but this is a slightly newer version of the character mat. You'll notice there are all of these numbers from the attributes have been removed. And just to be clear, I'm going to sort of approach this teach as if people do not know anything about this game already, so as to avoid confusion for when playtesters are picking it up and things like that. So if you're watching this being like, oh, I remember it used to work that way, I'm not going to necessarily go through each individual change because I wouldn't want to confuse new players. But there are some things missing, like the numbers on the attributes, because those are no longer going to be relevant. And then we've added numbers down here on the cooldown, so you know exactly how much XP the next upgrade to your cooldown will cost. And then we added some numbers here just so we had some consistency. This is like your saving XP, so we know exactly what number those are at. But we're going to go ahead and, before I get into all of the details of this, we're going to sort of continue on with stat placement.
Real quick before you jump in.
Oh, yes.
What's the status on signing up for playtesting? Can people still do it? And is it on TTS?
So we do have a large amount of players, but of course we know with every playtesting project, there usually is a good amount of people who join, realize, oh, maybe I can't do this, or they do it for a little while and be like, all right, I think I'm good. So we're always happy to have a larger reserve of people to call if we need it. I would reach out and submit a ticket on our support. So that's just chiptheorygames.com/support, I think. Otherwise, you can just go to, I could be wrong on that. Or you can always send an email, I think, to support@chiptheorygames. You might not get a response. Don't worry if you don't get a response. It'll sort of get forwarded to me, and then we'll reach out if we need you. But yeah. Okay, so any other questions before I keep going?
No.
Okay. All right, so now you can absolutely just go ahead and slot all 4 of these just like that if you'd like. Now, the reason why you might decide to do that or might decide not to do that is you'll notice these attributes do oppose each other. So if you, for example, really want to have a lot of stamina over the course of your game, whatever you oppose, whether that's a different stat or a skill line down the line, won't be able to progress as far. So if you're thinking of your build being like, oh, I really want to be a heavy magic user, and I don't really care too much about health. I'm not worried about health. Perhaps you're going to go into defense and even healing, and then you're like, yeah, I really don't need that much health. You might go like this. And so it's like, okay, well, my magic is going to be opposed to my health because I want to make sure I can build up my magic a lot, and I'm not too worried about my health. Whereas I don't know what I'm going to fill the rest of these with yet, so I want to have that freedom to example, like, I want these to be able to sort of ebb and flow depending on how the game goes. I want to play it by ear for how much stamina I'm going to want or how much combat I'm going to want. So you can set it up in all of these different ways. Once you have populated your stats, the next thing you're going to do is choose your starting skill line. So there are 10 different skill lines in the base game, with 3 included in Valenwood, that all do a number of different things. However, for your starting skill line, it is highly recommended, though not required, that you choose one that can deal damage, because you are going to need to be able to do consistent damage to enemies in order to win battles. However, you do have also some agency as to, like, maybe you don't want to take a few battles for the start. So if you really wanted to guarantee you have speech, for example, you could take speech first. You would just want to make sure to hit up a town and get some experience before you jump into a fight to ensure that you have some other sort of combat-based things. Because while there are battles in this game that you might be able to win without defeating things, those are going to be more rare than they aren't. So you're going to want to make sure you have some damage, and you also can't, like, outlast the enemies. The enemies will not just sort of passively take damage over the course of the battle, where you will. So definitely want to make sure you can take out those enemies. So we usually recommend, and I'm going to put these over here on the close-up camera, there are 4 sort of recommended starting lines that all kind of correspond to the different battle forms in the game. So we've got two-handed, so that's like heavy weapon. We've got one-handed shield, which is light weapon. We've got bow, which is your ranged. And then we've got destruction staff, which is sort of your damage-dealing magic-based ability. So those are the 4 we usually recommend. I'm going to go ahead for our Argonian here. I'm going to go ahead and pick destruction staff. And then I am going to place this. Let's see. I think, because I might not be 100% sure how much I want to invest into destruction, I might be perfectly fine with just a couple of skill lines and find a different one down the line that I'd want to place from across for it. So I'm going to place it here in this open one I have left for myself. All right, and then once you have picked your starting line, this is where the difficulty comes into play. So if you're playing on either Adept or Apprentice, you're going to start with 2 level 1 skill dice of that line. So let me grab our little reference sheet for this. Where is it? There it is. Okay, so I'm going to put this in the close-up. So we've got a little reference sheet for every class, or excuse me, cover the tape, final, cover the tape. All right, so we've got a reference sheet for every skill line in the game. So we've got destruction. So when you start, you get 2 of these level 1 dice. Sometimes there'll be multiple options. Other times, like for the example of destruction staff, there is only force shock. There are 4 of those dice, so we're going to get 2 of those. And then we're going to just place those. So if I can get the camera back over to here, we're going to place those just right along the line. So this skill line is going to build out this way, whereas things on this side are going to build out this way. And that actually does remind me, there's one more thing I got to make sure I do as far as our stats go. We actually got to populate these things. So if we take a look here, we've got 3 stamina. So we're going to go ahead and place 3 stamina, just like this. We've got our 5 health, so that's set at 5, so we don't need to worry about adding anything to that. We've got our 1 combat. So I mentioned combat as sort of like a generic skill line. So those are actually going to be represented by these combat dice. And then we've got Magicka, like that. And then the last one, cooldown. Cooldown is just going to be marked by this little peg down here. So we just put it at the number 2 spot. Again, as just a reminder, the final version will have a little bit more like numbers, so you can be like, okay, yeah, I'm at 2 cooldown. And if I ever want to increase to 3 cooldown, I'm going to need 3 experience points to do so. Additionally, these numbers here at the top, this is the experience cost it takes to purchase whatever you are putting into that slot. So they do come from the different directions. So if we take a look at my current build, for example, if I wanted to get up to 3 magicka, I'd have to spend 2 experience points to do so. However, if I want an additional health, because it's going from this direction, I only need to spend 1 experience to do that. And that's same with true is like if you're getting new skill lines, those first few dice in those skill lines are going to be pretty cheap.
Some questions before we continue.
Absolutely.
Are the skill dice going to be monotone in the final version? I don't know what that means. They'll be colors.
Yeah, the skill dice are going to be colored towards their skill line. So for example, we have Destruction Staff. These are going to be red. So all of the skill dice for Destruction Staff are going to be red. Whereas opposed to like Restoring Light, which is sort of like the healing magic, those are currently pink. So all of those skill dice will be pink. So it can give you a quick reference as to know like which is which. Of course, there's also going to be the factor of like they all have their own unique icons on them too. So, you know, if you can't quite distinguish between certain colors as well, you can look at the reference sheet. The reference sheet will tell you which icons are going to be on those dice, and that'll help you sort of be like, okay, this is a Destruction Staff because it's got these icons that I'm looking for.
Another question. I'm going to stand over here when I ask questions.
Oh,
so
sure,
pick up on
sure.
Mike. The other question, once you have established your character, Matt, can you change where your skills are? And I assume that also extends to your stats. Can you move your stuff around, basically?
By default, no. And at the moment, I do not think there's any abilities in-game that let you. However, I know that's one thing we're looking at, maybe like having certain items can let you do that, or quests that allow you to be a lot more fluid with it. But by default, no, it is pretty sort of locked in. However, you are able to untrain things. So for example, if I started and I took Destruction Staff, and way down the line, I either decide I really don't want Destruction Staff anymore, or I really want it, but I absolutely have to move it to a different spot, you can completely untrain it and then retrain it elsewhere. However, you do lose out on the XP when you do that. So it does come at a bit of a cost. So this is definitely where, like, the first few times you're playing, you'll start to get a feel of how this works as you go along. So your first campaign, probably going to have, like, you'll look at your map and be like, oh, I should have opened myself up for these things. So it's definitely one of those things that as you learn, as you get comfortable with the builds and the possibility of the builds, you'll start to sort of make more nuanced decisions at the beginning of the game.
Clarification on the monotone question. Will icons be colored? No, I'm
I see.
quite sure it's just going to be black icons.
Yes, I do believe so. I don't think that has been 100% dialed in, but that is my intention. That is my, not intentions, that is my assumption.
Yeah, for readability.
For readability, yep.
And then also, where is the info on how many dice I must take at level 1 of skill? You don't take any dice at level 1 of skill except for when you're starting the game.
Correct, yes. So if you train, and we'll see that when we get into our first town, where you can train new skill lines. When you train a new skill line, it just sort of opens up the possibility to get skill dice in that line. So this is just based on setup that I got these 2 starting ones. And that is also related to the difficulty. So if we were playing on the hardest difficulty, we would only get 1 of those dice instead. All right, so we've got our starting skill line. And then last, we got to pick our class. So there are... Where did my classes go?
You don't wear glasses, Sam.
Here they are. Haha. All right, so... you get to select from any of the classes in the game, but you'll notice, and we'll put these over here, you'll notice the classes have this sort of novice written at the top, and then, so kind of the breakdown here. We've got novice, and that's what you start as. Now that's regardless of difficulty. You always start as the novice version of the class. There's the name of the class, and then you're going to have an innate ability. Additionally, you'll see there's this little text here that says requirement. So that is something you have to do as an adventurer if you ever want to upgrade your class to the, this is expert, it will say master, to the master side of the class. And what that does, it's going to give you a better innate. It's also going to make these class abilities either cheaper, more powerful or also give you brand new ones as well. It's never going to be so much as an entire class overhaul, but it's going to help you do what you were already doing much better. So it's essentially like a personal side quest you want to try and keep track of. What's nice though about them is as soon as you do it, you get to just immediately trigger. So it might even be in the middle of battle. You did this thing you needed to do. Boom, now you're the master version of that class. Other times it might be sort of like longer scale things, like for example, the sorcerer here is have 4, and that is a symbol for magic weapon. So have 4 magic weapon type weapons in your inventory. So essentially you got to collect a bunch of staffs. And once you have all these staffs, then you're going to be like, okay, I've learned how to be a better sorcerer. Whereas some might be a little bit more like related to doing something in battle, like moving a lot of hexes or defeating a number of units or healing and dealing damage, like a certain amount. And there might be even some still, like the Bard, for example, where you have to find and complete a specific side quest. Granted, the Bard has a class ability that they can use to find that side quest, so you're not at the mercy of just the deck entirely, but you want to try and set out on that side quest as soon as possible so you can try and complete that quickly so you can level up.
I wasn't on your close-up for the first part of that, so if there was something...
I think it's fine. Now, the rest of these I mentioned are class abilities, so we're going to actually go ahead and just pick the sorcerer here. I'm going to move it over to this camera here, because one of the things I want to talk about in regards to this is this here. This is your tenacity track. Anytime you roll this symbol here, and sorry to switch you back over to the close-up, but anytime you roll this symbol, this means that you get to gain a tenacity. It's effectively a miss, but it gives you this additional resource that you can then use to trigger your class abilities. So anytime you roll that miss, or you gain tenacity in any other way, this little track is going to increase. So that'll increase by each tenacity you gain. Then on your turn, or if it has, for example, like there might be one called an interrupt, that'll have specific timing that you can do outside of your turn. You'll spend that amount of tenacity to trigger the ability. So if I were to have 4 tenacity here, I could trigger any 4 of my current class abilities, all the way up to blood magic. However much you spend, that of course then has to tick down on that meter. We'll get to see a little bit more of that in action once we get into a battle, but that might help decide what class you pick. For example, you might look at a class and go like, ooh, this has some really good 1s and 2s, but those like higher level ones, those might be hard to use, you know? So then you might focus on, okay, well, I'm going to try and focus on just using a little bit of tenacity at a time. Or there might be others where you look at it and go, wow, I'm going to try and build my whole build around those higher level ones. So then you're all about trying to farm more tenacity. Furthermore, too, of course, since you can look at either side of a class, there might be a situation where you decide, okay, I like this class, but I absolutely need to focus on leveling them up as fast as possible. Or the flip side, there might be some classes where, you know what, novice side is good for a while. If it happens, it happens, but I'm not worried about it. The sorcerer, for example, is a pretty powerful class, but their novice side is kind of unpredictable. They have a lot of things that might not work out always in your favor, or they come out at a cost. It's essentially like volatile magic. So upgrading it to the expert side, where all of a sudden these skills become a lot more reliable, a lot more effective, is pretty important. All right, so that is the rundown on how to sort of set up your starting character. I am going to quickly set up a second one here just so we have more things to show off and play with as we get into the rest of the game. So I'm going to move this down here. And then I'm also going to set up a Nord Warden. So I'm going to just go ahead and grab the Nord here. And is this visible on the main camera?
Looks like it.
Cool.
So you're making a Norden?
A Norden. Mm-hmm. There we go. And so then I'm going to just go ahead and put these stats. So the Nord has a health stat of 4, so I'm going to flip that on the 4 side. I'm going to put magic. And then I'm going to, for the Nord, I'm going to sort of have the Argonian focus a little bit more on magic, with the Nord focusing a bit more on sort of non-magic. So I'm going to put the magic across from stamina, so I could get the stamina, for example, up to 4, and then be totally fine, or even possibly untrain that magic a further down the line. And I'm going to put combat. And since the Nord has so all of the races in the game have a once per battle skill. There are like these really powerful game-changing skills that you can use. If you can find the right time to trigger them, they'll either help save your skin or turn the tide of the battle in your favor. So the Argonian has Argonian Resistance, which is once per battle. When you would take damage, you may choose to prevent all of that damage. So you essentially can just brush off a massive attack, whereas the Nord kind of has the inverse. Once per battle, add 1 free combat skill to your attack for each weapon type equipment in your inventory. So if you have hoarded a bunch of weapons, you can just unleash a very powerful attack. So we've got 3 combat skills. And so anytime it mentions free, I just said 3 and free, just not to be confused there. Anytime it mentions a free combat skill, those are going to be the ones the enemies roll. These are just our Cloudspire dice. Of course, these are just placeholders. The one notable difference, though, they'll likely be a different color.
A little higher.
Little higher?
The tape is the center.
Oh, right. I see what you mean, right. So they're also going to likely be a different color, so they're a little bit more visually distinct. But the main difference is these ones do not have tenacity. Of course, enemies don't have a tenacity meter, so them gaining tenacity wouldn't do anything anyway. But if you were to ever get any of these for an ability and you get to roll them and you roll a miss, that is just a miss. You do not gain any tenacity from these. All right, so I've got the 3. I've got a cooldown of 2. Let me go ahead and finish populating the rest of this. I've got 2 Magicka, 2 Stamina.
Doing this so you can move your character mats up a little bit.
Oh, sounds good.
Inventory once you start handling it.
Yeah. And then for the Nord starting skill line, I'm going to go ahead and do 1 hand and shield. All right. And then so these sort of unused trainer skill lines are actually going to go into this little like draw bag. This is, of course, it's just a prototype. Because the way training works is when you go to towns, it'll sort of be a little bit at random as to what trainers are going to be available at that town. So you don't always get 100% guarantee you're going to find what you want in the first town you go to. So sometimes it requires like, okay, well, let's go to town again. I'm really looking for this one. Or maybe there's a certain town where it has an effect where it's like, hey, you can train any warrior type skill line, or you can train any thief type skill line that you want. They're few and far between though, so it sometimes really pays to sort of look ahead, understand what the towns do. All right, so we've got our character set up. So next thing we're going to want to do is just make sure we have all of the components for our session set up. So that's going to include things like enemies, encounter decks, equipment, dice, map, progress trackers. So the first thing we're going to do is set up our enemies. So the game comes with a good... Oh, no! All right, I'm going to need your help over here, Andrew. They went rolling. The game comes with a good number of sort of generic enemies that you will find every single time you play. They are going to be standard, non-region specific. So they're going to be a 1 point and a 5 point, and a 10 point and 20 point. You missed one. There's one over there. So we're going to put all of the generic 1s and 5s in this orange bag here. And then we're going to put all of the generic 10s and 20s in this one here. Now, depending on the region, you're going to also want to locate... Oh, there's that one as well. All right, if we could get to the close-up. You're also going to want to locate the region-specific enemies for the region you're going into. So these are enemies that you will only ever fight in a certain region. So if we're in Black Marsh, I've grabbed ourselves the Argonian Stalker and the Wamasu, as well as the Bog Dog and the Hackwing. And of course, they do have their reverse sides as well. They're going to be marked by these little like codes here. It's either say BM for Black Marsh. So if we're in High Rock, we would do HR instead or something like that. So we place these in their respective bags, and those are all good.
And again, to reiterate, this art is not the right art.
Correct. Yeah, this is all prototype placeholder. I mean, it's art that's going to be in the game. It's just we're reusing some of the art pieces. So yeah, as Andrew mentioned at the start, you're going to see a lot of that bat. Okay, so we've done the enemies. Next, we're going to do the encounters. So every region will have their own set of encounters. So we are in Black Marsh, so I'm going to get the Black Marsh ones. And they're going to be divided into 2 different types of encounters. We've got at the top, we've got this little sort of skull and crossed swords, as well as this little village icon. So this indicates that it is a conflict encounter. This indicates it is a peaceful encounter. So we've got 8 in both of those. Additionally, you're going to want to find the general encounters. And those, of course, are divided into peaceful and conflicts as well. And you need to pull out 4 of each. So we're going to pull out 4 conflict encounters from the general deck. And then those are going to get shuffled in. I'll just place them there for now. And then 4 peacefuls as well. So then these decks will get shuffled. And then if we turn back over to the main, sorry, I have to move this. Go back over to the main over here, the map camera. We can put our decks, and there will be like a card tray for this, but we do not have that mocked up at the moment. So I just have these little stacks that I'm going to do here, like that. And so we have peacefuls and conflicts. Of course, once again, these will be in more easily identifiable stacks with their own identifiable cover cards. All right, now we've got the encounter cards set up. Next, we're going to have to just sort of build our delve deck. So anytime we go on a delve, these are the cards we use. Similar to the encounters, they're going to be generals. You actually use all the generals, though, for the delve deck every time, as opposed to just taking some. And then you do the region specific. So we'll search through this deck for the Black Marsh ones, which I think I've already sort of separated out in chunks here. Yep, so we've got all of the Black Marsh ones and all of the generals, so we would give those a shuffle. And one thing to also note, anytime you're doing these, you're going to want to make sure you consult the front of your region gazetteer, which is like the big booklet that has all of the information for your region. This has like the towns, the quests, all that. It also does have at the front, it just says if there's a delve feature. For the most part, this is just going to be rules you want to keep track of when you're doing delves in that region. But for Black Marsh, it does say to find the special submerged chamber delve card and make sure it's accessible. So we don't shuffle it in. We just want to make sure it's accessible because another delve card in the Black Marsh ones will call for it at some point. All right, which I do have nearby. So if we need that, I've got it. All right, the rest of the stuff we've got up here, we have a deck for side quests. And then we also have a deck for our common equipment and our legendary equipment. Now, these are not region specific, so you will just always use the same decks regardless as to where you are. All right, so let's see. We have set up the equipment. Next is just dice. So that's just making sure all of your dice are accessible. So your skill dice, and you have all the dice on your mats. You also have the round counter and the 3d6s, which you use for lockpicking. Those are accessible. Just making sure you have everything. Fatigue dice, status effect dice, free combat skills, all that stuff. And then we've got the map. So we've got the map all set up. We've picked the Black Marsh, so we've got the Black Marsh map. Now, this is where you would also want to take a look at the front because there is going to be an overland or like a region mechanic. So for Black Marsh, we have ever-changing weather. So it says on your first day in Black Marsh, place a token. So we'll just grab, I'll just use this one. Place a token on the sunny weather spot. So we've got this little weather tracker here. Of course, all of this like graphic stuff is still placeholder as well. So do not worry about any of that, but it says to place it on sunny. So the weather is currently sunny at the start. However, depending on how we go about this adventure, what cards we draw, the weather is going to shift. And the weather is going to influence like what our party movement rates are. So if it's rainy, we're not going to be able to move as far on the overland map. If it's flooding, we especially can't move very far. We can't push ourselves farther. Additionally, the region-specific skill for Black Marsh also scales based on the weather. Which we will get into a bit later. But that's all we have to do for the setup. Just set the weather to sunny. We'll have to do a little bit more once we get into the actual quest here. So then we have, lastly, we do our progress trackers, which I'm going to bring these over to the close-up. Got 2 progress trackers. We've got this one here. This is the day counter. This is important because every quest in this game has a maximum day limit of 12. If you get to the end of day 12 and you have not completed the quest, you do fail the quest. On the other hand, here we have the XP tracker. This tracks how much XP your party has gained over the course of the adventure, which does sort of is used for enemy scaling. So as you gain new XP, enemies are going to start to get harder and harder. However, the final end game, so when you get to session 3, that is not going to use this for scale. Session 3 is always just sort of at a set scaling, which means that even though you are making it harder by leveling up, you do still want to make sure you do that because you get a lot more resources that help you deal with solutions or find solutions. But also you want to make sure you're scaled for endgame, because if you're under-leveled for endgame, it'll hurt. This is already going to be set to 2. That's essentially to account for those 2 free skill dice we started. However, even if you're playing at the harder difficulty that only gives you 1 free skill die, you will always still start this at 2. So this will start at 2 no matter what, unless a very specific thing tells you otherwise, but that specific thing doesn't already exist, so don't worry about it for now. So yeah, so 2 for XP, 1 for day. All right. After you've got everything set up, you've got your adventures good to go, then you're going to choose your starting quest. So one way that you can choose your starting quest is that there will be 9 sort of generic guild cards that have like the different guilds on them. We unfortunately don't have those mocked up at the moment, but I already have some in mind that I'm going to sort of pick between. But you would essentially shuffle those, draw 3, and then you'd be like, okay, which guild have you come across that you want to team up with for this quest? However, there's nothing actively stopping you from just picking. So if you are a huge favorite of like the Thieves Guild and you're like, I just want to do the Black Marsh Thieves Guild, nothing stopping you from just doing that, provided this is session 1. I just want to make that very clear. Once you get through session 1, session 2's quests are going to be a lot more narrow and specific. You still have some choices, but it's only going to be like 3 choices of a very specific set that essentially continues the story of where you ended session 1. But for session 1, you can just sort of be like, okay, where are we going? What quest are we doing? For this, I'm going to just have us go ahead and we're going to do the Black Marsh one. Excuse me, Black Marsh Mages Guild. So we've got the quest log, and this has the different quests, all the different quests in it. So if you choose a different one, you would go to that different one there. Also, all the quests have like these little session snapshots, which kind of give you just an idea of gameplay, what to expect. So if you do the draw 3, pick 1 method, and you're like, okay, well, let's take a look. And one says, hey, you're going to hunt down a bunch of NPCs and fight them. Another one says, you're going to end with a big delve, things like that. You can kind of be like, all right, well, what are we feeling? What kind of quest are we feeling like doing today? So the quest log then has the flavor text. It's also going to tell you where you start. So we're going to start in Lilmoth. So I've got our little party marker thing, and Lilmoth is all the way down here at the bottom of Black Marsh. So we're going to put ourselves there. It also does have special setup instructions. Place a blue NPC marker on stone wastes. The NPC marker represents the tainted animals and will move a number of spaces prescribed by the Overland icons. It will always move in a random direction determined by the dice roll compass below. We do actually have a graphic mocked up for that in the newer version of this, but I just went ahead and drew one. So this blue one, we're going to place in Stone Wastes. All right, and then our first quest objective. So these are multi-step. So once we finish step 1, we will then get to read through step 2, and so on and so forth. But what our first objective is we need to end our Overland movement on a space with the blue NPC marker. It does say recommended by day 4. This is just a recommendation, so it's not a requirement. You won't lose if you don't make that, but those are there to sort of give you an idea of how quickly you should be moving along, since the rest of this quest information is not open information. You're not allowed to look ahead. So that's kind of there to be like, okay, well, we definitely don't want to dilly-dally too much. Otherwise, it might turn out it's like, oh, we still have these longer steps ahead of us, and it's already day 8. So once we do get to them, we're going to have to initiate a clash. It's got some rules there that we'll get into once we do that. But, of course, you can read this to prepare for this step. And then it's after successfully completing one of these options, advance to Black Marsh Mages Guild 2. All right, so we've got that set up. We set up the province. Additionally, there's also going to be a session journal. We don't have this mocked up as well, unfortunately, but for the purposes of like if you're a playtester, you can always just use any kind of standard notebook. And this is just where you would write down like, hey, what's your party name? Do you have like, do you want to name your group something fun, or do you just prefer to just be a ragtag group of adventurers with no name, you know, kind of thing. So that's just mostly for flavor. Also write down the date. Session number, that's going to be a little bit more important because you want to make sure it's differentiated between anything you've gained in session 1 versus session 2. Write down the province you're in, the quest, and then also if you want to name your characters, you can do so here as well. This will also provide a section for any notes. So like there might be things that tell you to gain a keyword or gain a persistent effect. Writing it down in your notes is going to be the best place to do that, so you don't have to keep track in your head or have like a stack of cards you've set aside. It'll just all be right there in your journal. All right, once that's done, we can sort of jump right into it.
Before you get ahead of
Yeah.
The biggest question, I'm just going to get ahead of it. What is your party name, Steven?
Our party name is the Little Moths, because we start in Lil Moth.
That's where y'all grew up?
Yep, that's where we grew up.
And what are your characters' names?
The Nord is going to be called Nordman Jim, which this does remind me, I got to grab our character chips. So here is Nordman Jim.
Mm-hmm.
And our Argonian is going to be called Lizard. Gladys Lizard. All right, so we've got Gladys Lizard and Nordman Jim. Additionally, too, depending on your starting health, so our Argonian has 5 health. You're also going to want to make sure to grab 5 health chips, because these are going to represent your current health. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. These 5 little lovely health chips. So those will sort of place, and then you can place these on your race card or nearby. And then the Nordman Jim has 4 health. All right. And then anytime you take damage, you will remove these health chips. And if you ever lose your last health chip, you're defeated, but not permanently. It just sort of sets you back. And if you ever heal, you get those health chips back. You can never heal above your max health. So that is a reason why even if you're sort of have a lot of healing skills, leveling up your health can still be helpful because it increases your maximum health. But yeah, all right, so we can go ahead and get started unless there's any questions here from Andrew, relaying them from chat. No?
We're covered.
All right, perfect. Okay, so on day 1, the day starts with progressing the day tracker. However, if it's day 1, you skip this. So we have our new day phase. We will not increase the day tracker here. Next, we have our Overland Phase. This is where we as a party can decide if we want to move anywhere. This could include like, you know, oh, hey, there's some of these blue, and those are going to be peaceful encounters. So we know we won't be thrown into a battle, but we could still gain some XP. So that would be like 1 there, or we can move 2 here. We could alternatively choose if we really wanted to jump into a fight right away. There is Black Rose Prison here, which is a conflict. We could move 1, 2, 3, and then after moving, you as a party can decide to sort of push yourself further. Doing so, however, every adventurer needs to then gain 1 light fatigue, which will sort of hinder you in the next battle in order to actually get there. So we could move 1, 2, 3, and then both our characters would have to take a light fatigue to move 4. You can only move up to, like in this way, pushing yourself further, you can only move up to your base stat in addition. So if our base movement is 3, we can only then push ourselves further 3 more for a total of 6. So we cannot, for example, just go 1, 2, 3, and then all take a ton of light fatigue to just rush across the map. We are still limited. Additionally, if the weather was rainy or flooded, our base movement would be reduced to 2. So that would also impact our decisions as to where we want to go. So for day 1, It is also recommended that if you're just starting out, going to your starting town for day one is a great way to get a lot of resources and equipment that'll help you get started. Especially because if you jump into encounters to get XP, but you don't have any additional skill lines to sort of get those cheaper dice for, that can kind of set you back. You might find yourself spending XP on things you don't want, or you're only just saving it, and you're like, ooh, I really wish I had a new skill line. So going to a town to try and pick one of those up on day one is a great strategy. Not required, but we're going to go ahead and do this here so we can walk us through a town. So we are on Lilmoth, so we're going to just not move, in which case we have finished the Overland phase. Then we go on to the trigger encounter. Encounters are triggered based on a hierarchy. So it's going to start with NPCs. So that's if we had like met up with these beasts, that would be the top priority. So even if the beasts were occupying a town or a different encounter, or even if those were like non-quests, like if there is a region that spawns just an NPC or a side quest that spawns an NPC, those encounters would take priority over even like an actual quest step. So that is top priority. If you're occupying a space with an NPC chip, that is the first one. Those are going to be pretty rare though, so it's only in like specific places. The next one would be a quest step. So if a quest tells you, hey, you have to go to Black Rose Prison, which is this icon here, that is going to be the next priority. So you would do the quest step as opposed to drawing an encounter for Black Rose Prison. Next is going to be a town. So that's where we are. So we're going to be taking a town. The next one after that is going to be an overland. So that's going to be if you're on like these peacefuls or these conflicts or these unstables, which I'll get to in a little bit later. And then lastly is none. So if, for example, you were to end on one of these blank hexes, there's no quest up there, there's no NPCs, there's no towns, there's no overland icons, you just don't have an encounter for that day. So you won't gain any XP. You'll still get to do other sort of like end of day bookkeeping stuff, but you won't gain any rewards and it'll move on to the next day. So we're going to go ahead and do a town. So that leads us into the encounter phase. So we're in Lilmoth. So we're going to take a look at the Black Marsh Gazetteer here and find the town entry for Lilmoth, which is right here. So we've got Lilmoth and Leowin. So these are going to be alphabetical. So breakdown of this here. So we've got the title of the town. We've got a little bit of flavor text. We have a city effect. So these are going to just sort of be passive things that are happening in the town. You do not need to do anything for them unless it specifically says like, hey, if you want to do this thing, you have to do this other. But they don't require a town action or anything like that. Next, we have the shop. We've got the Marshland Market. It is going to spawn 6 common equipment. So we can go ahead and place those. So 6 common equipments. What are you laughing at? Oh, yeah. I see. Yeah, we got one with a lovely, lovely little green vial there. So, and then if we were to spawn any legendaries, this is where it would tell us to do so, but there are none that spawn in Lilmoth. Additionally, there is a lockpick difficulty. So this is going to sort of be if you want to try and steal from the shop, you can. It doesn't take a town action. However, if you fail, you have to give up a town action. We'll get into lockpicking a little bit later once we get into a battle and sort of show how they operate there, because these work a little bit differently, and I would want people to understand how basic lockpicking works before I add the modifier of how lockpicking in town works. So we're going to just skip that for now. Then we have the trainer. So the trainer is going to draw 5 random trainers from the bag. So I'll go ahead and grab those here. Right, okay. And there are 2 skill lines of every, 2 tokens of every skill line in the game. So that means if you are playing with more than one person, you can have 2 adventurers take the same skill line, which in this case, we've got 2 acrobatics that spawned here. We also have speech, 2-handed, and bow. So those are our options here. Now, as I mentioned before, there are some towns which might have some modifications for the trainers, like there might be one that has the text, only warrior type trainers are trained here. The way you sort of can know if a skill line is warrior or mage or thief. It's like the 3 constellations. Is, if we can get the close up, it's going to be like this icon down at the bottom of each reference sheet. So there is the red for warrior, and they have their own unique icons as well. We've got blue for mage and yellow for thief. And these aren't referenced too often, so it's not like something you're just going to have to constantly be checking, like, oh, is this a thief? Is this a warrior? But for purposes of trainers, that might be the situation where you do want to consult that. So we've got 5 trainers. We also do have, did you switch back to the main camera before you walked over here? Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. We also have the quest board. That's going to tell us, can we draw and accept side quests here? And then we also have an inn. So the inn in Lilmoth here is the Lusty Argonian Footman. And what's nice about inns is if you ever find yourself really wrecked by a battle, you have an insanely high amount of stuff in your cooldown, you're really low on health, and you're like, okay, we can't go to another battle here. We need to rest up. Going to an inn completely resets that. So you fully clear your cooldown, you recover all of the dice, you remove all fatigue, you get rid of any status dice you have, and then you also heal to full. However, it does cost a town action. So anywhere there's like these little star symbols means it costs a town action. And then lastly, we have a town square. These are going to be sort of like town unique specific actions you can take, which we have Cyrodiilic collections. You may trade in 1 legendary equipment for 1 experience point. This does not count towards the experience point total. So as I was mentioning that we increase that dial as we gain XP, this allows you to gain XP without doing that. So the enemies are not going to get harder from this. However, it comes at the cost of a town action and getting rid of a piece of legendary, which unfortunately you can't even buy back here. So you already kind of have to have it before you enter Lilmoth. And sort of the lore behind that is Cyrodiilic Collections is a museum. And so they're essentially like, well, they're not going to sell any legendary equipment because they're trying to start a museum. They're trying to have a nice array of like these cool relics. And if you can bring one in, you're like, oh, hey, that gave me some experience in my life. Once you enter in a town, you are given 2 town actions. Thematically, this is kind of like the guild is knowing. So we're aligned with the Mages Guild right now. And the Mages like, hey, you need to go to town. You need to be able to buy stuff if you want to be successful in this quest. So they essentially have given us a kind of like an allowance, a per diem or something, to spend in town. So each individual adventure has 2 town actions. So we're going to go ahead and take those now. I should also read what the city effect was. So we have city effect, astounding selection. For each item you want to purchase from the shop, purchase 2 instead. So we can go ahead and buy some of these items. We have a few different item types here, and I'm going to just quickly run through those so that you can have an idea of what items do in this game and how they differ from each other. Of course, sure. And of course, there will be, all of this is going to be fully broken down in the rule book and everything too, so I'm not asking anybody to memorize this right now or anything like that. So we have the different equipment subtypes. So starting off, we're going to have a weapon. So they'll be marked by here. It'll say weapon, and then it has kind of like an additional modifier. The part in italics is not actually going to be ever have like an innate function. So like because this is a dagger, that doesn't actually do anything. There might be other effects in the game that trigger off of a dagger, but daggers themselves, it's just theme, it's just flavor. It's just like an identifier. So weapons. Weapons are always going to have these little icons here. That tells you what battle form you have to be in if you would like to use the effect of the weapon. You can only use 1 weapon per an engage. So if you have 2 weapon cards in your ready slots, you cannot use both of them, even if they're both the same weapon type. So it's got its effect. If you only roll a single combat skill with this attack, set the result to 1 and treat it as true damage. So true damage is kind of like it bypasses all defense. It bypasses skills that might reduce damage. It's going to cut through unless a skill specifically says otherwise. So that is the effect. You get to trigger that effect every single time you use this weapon. Additionally, weapons are going to have what's called an overtax effect. This is something that you decide to do before you result, like before you've actually rolled your dice. You're like, all right, I'm going to overtax this weapon. It's essentially you are pushing that weapon to its breaking point, quite literally. So the overtax is you'll get to do the above, but then also whatever it says here. So this says all damage this attack. Oh, there's a typo there. I apologize. All damage from this attack is true damage. So now this above has the requirement that you have to only roll a single combat skill, but this now just says all of it's going to be. So if you could roll a ton of combat skills, if you were to pair this with another skill that gets you a bunch of free combat skills, or if you're rolling some of these light weapon skill dice, those are then all going to be considered true damage. So really powerful attack that's going to just cut through enemy defense and likely kill a lot of the toughest enemies. But it's overtaxed, which means at the end of that engage, this is permanently discarded. It is gone. You broke the weapon, essentially. So that is how weapons work. There is not a way to repair weapons. They are essentially, once you break them, they're gone. Next we have, so I don't actually have any here because this is currently only going to be in the Thieves' Trove. However, some of this stuff might move around. But I will just briefly talk about enchantments. Enchantments are going to be things that you can enchant. It'll tell you what to enchant. So when you use it, it might say enchant adventure, enchant like the battle mat, enchant a pet, enchant another piece of equipment, all different things. So it'll tell you exactly what you're enchanting. You place the card near wherever you're enchanting, and it'll have essentially an ongoing effect for whatever you've enchanted. The card will also then tell you when the enchantment turns off and when the enchantment card is then discarded. So next we have, and we do have one here, we have consumables. I thought I was going to have a consumable. Never mind, we do not have a consumable. I will find one real quick. I know there is one. Here we go. So this is from the Valenwood expansion, but I know there are some in the base game. So we have consumable fruit. We have I'm not going to try to pronounce that, but the forbidden fruit. So on the card, it does say consume. That has actually been very recently changed to expend, I believe, because it's also going to be used for potions. It's essentially meaning you're using the effect. So you consume it, you turn it on its side, and you would do whatever it says. So it says choose up to 2 adventurers and place both a fear and an untargetable status die on each. So essentially you can make somebody hidden from the enemies, but they're going to be scared. They're not going to be able to roll a lot of their skill dice. So when it is consumed, or expended, I should say, it is sort of turned to the side. And that's true whether it's in your ready slots or you move it to your sort of your pack, your deeper storage or whatever. But it's not discarded. And that is because any of the consumables you can actually cook while in town. So that is sort of just a general town action you can just always do. So it's not mentioned in the Gazetteer because it's not town specific. It's just, hey, are you in a town? You can cook all of your consumables. And that means if you have like a ton of these that you've already used and they're already tapped, you can cook all of them and they'll all refresh. So these can be really good, especially when you have a lot of them, because then you can focus on just taking one town action to refresh them all. Might not be worth it if it's just the one, but if you have a bunch, you can get to work cooking. Similar to that are potions, which also will have the consume, or I should say expend, effect. However, the way you rebrew a potion is a little different. So Stinkhorn Tonic here, place a Bane status die on any non-quest enemy in play regardless of range. That's really good. It'll deal 1 true damage to that enemy on the start of its turn, cut through things like defense. Really powerful effect, but once you use it, it'll tap, and you can't use it again until you rebrew it. During the end of day, adventurers can rebrew potions at the cost of light fatigue, in which case you rebrew this Stinkhorn Tonic, you gain a light fatigue, but then it's back ready to use again. So the consumables and the potions are quite good because you can keep using them. Their effects might never be as powerful as like an overtaxed weapon, but you have ways to refresh them as opposed to an overtaxed weapon, which is gone. All right. Next we have is clothing. We're almost done here with equipment. I thank everybody for your patience. But we have clothing. Clothing essentially gives you new class abilities. So this Argonian tunic here, you can spend 2 tenacity to gain 1 bonus HP. If you are in Black Marsh, you can gain an additional bonus 1 HP. So they are essentially just new class abilities. They do not ever discard or are forced to discard. So you can essentially just enhance your class with these pieces of clothing. And then next we have our pets. And pets are kind of like a sponge to soak up bad things happening. So if you were to, for example, the barnacle-backed coral crab, when a status effect would be placed on you, you may instead place 1 HP chip on this card. At the end of a turn, if there are at least 2 HP chips on this card, discard it. So, you know, if somebody's about to hit you with a stun or a bane or fear, and you're like, I really do not want that, you can essentially hold up your pet, and your pet will take it instead. But the moment you have the amount of chips on it, it's discarded. Whether you want to thematically explain that as you let your pet die, or your pet got really sick of you and ran away, I'll leave that up to the individual player. But it is discarded, it is removed. Additionally too, so one thing I haven't gotten to talk about just yet is there are 2 kind of like subtypes of inventory. You have 4 battle, like ready slots. Those are 4 items you can use while you're in combat. You additionally have 8 slots for your pack. It's essentially like deep storage. Cannot use it in combat, but outside of combat, you can use them and you can rearrange what's in your ready slots. So if you use a potion one battle, but you don't want to rebrew it yet, you can then move it to your pack and then put something else in your ready slot. However, pets, if you ever want to use the effect of a pet, even if it's a non-battle effect, it always has to be in your ready slot. And if you ever try and put your pet into your pack, it's discarded because you can't fit an animal in your pack. Yeah, like you can't fit a crab in your pack, no. Anyway, so that is how pets work. And then lastly, we just sort of have miscellaneous. Miscellaneous are going to usually just be single use. So we have diplomatic immunity, which is just discard, gain an additional town action. So you just discard it, it does a one-time thing, and it's gone. So no special rules, effects. These sort of just work as kind of just standard single-use items. All right. Okay, so we went through the different equipment. Is there any questions in chat?
Nothing that I would say would be something we would answer on this.
All right, that sounds ominous. Okay.
Well, they're reliant.
What?
Will all available town actions be in the gazetteer? Cooking and whatever.
Yeah, besides the ones that you never have to actually like depend on the. So if there's like, for example, it might include things like bonus actions that you get from side quests, for example. Those obviously won't be in the gazetteer. But same with things like generic ones like cooking won't be listed in the gazetteer, at least at the moment. I'm not going to 100% say that definitively. I think we could absolutely put that as just a thing on there too. But yes, otherwise besides that, yes, every available town action will be listed in the gazetteer. I'll kind of show off a few different examples here so we can get a better understanding. So we have Lil Moth, which has a city effect, has a shop, has a trainer, has a quest board, has an inn, and has a town square. So it's got everything. However, if we were to jump ahead to Root Whisper Village, or even Percolating Mire, it does have a city effect, but it does not have a shop. So no shop. Those shouldn't be there. So those will all be X's. No shop, can't lockpick, all that stuff. It does have trainers, and it does have a quest board, but it also does not have an inn, but it does have a town square. Whereas some others, I think for the most part, I could be wrong, there might be some exceptions. For the most part, every city will at least have a city effect and a town square. But shops, trainers, quest boards, and inns are all subject to not be there. So you do want to look ahead in the gazetteer, understand the geography of where you are before deciding to go to certain towns, especially in regards to inns, because you might find yourself really exhausted from a battle. You'll go to an inn, take an action, only to realize there is no inn there. Things like that. For Black Marsh as well, you kind of want to keep in mind of what the weather is too, because some town actions might be turned on or off depending on the weather. And that's kind of true for a number of other regions too. For example, the sort of world mechanic of High Rock is ever building unrest, and that can also impact certain towns as well. But with the different regions, there are different ways to deal with it. Like weather, you're kind of at the mercy of the weather. There is, I think, one town that has a weather shrine in it that you can actually use to change the weather. But for the most part, you're at the mercy of the weather, as in, with weather. But for things like unrest in High Rock, where it's increasing based on the cards, you sometimes have a few ways to deal with it. Like if you complete side quests, you can lower the unrest. There's going to be a lot of encounter cards that'll tell you like, hey, you can do this, you can hire this band of mercenaries to go deal with some of the unrest, and they'll get it in control, and it'll lower the unrest. Or on the flip side, you could be like, no, let's cause a bit of chaos, loot this caravan and increase unrest, So there are always ways that the Overland mechanics will sort of interact with your choices, but also how you can try and choose to navigate around them, through them, or even change them. All right, so we're going to take our town action. So we have 2. And because of the city effect, if we go shopping, we get to draw 2 when we normally would just get 1. So one kind of little cheeky strategy you could do here is diplomatic immunity. Let's have Nordman Jim. He's going to take the Iron Dagger because he sort of really likes having weapons. So we're going to take the Iron Dagger and diplomatic immunity. And that's one town action. We're going to take our other town action to draw the... we're going to draw a side quest. So when you visit the quest board, you get to draw 2 side quests and pick 1 to keep. I do want to try and make sure I have one that we can kind of show off in the. Why are you giving me those? Oh, because I forgot to give them to myself. Thank you. I'm going to find one. I know normally you would not be able to do this, but I do want to find one that we could show off a little bit down the line. So instead of the Come Fly With Me one, I'm going to do the Rat EO one. Yeah. All right. So here we have an idea of what to expect from side quests. So the side quests are going to have in italics a little bit of flavor text. So we have another day, another Daedra, which asks us to sort of go to unstable landmarks and draw random Daedric enemies. And then we have to take a penalty depending on the stats of the ones we draw. But once we have done it, once all adventurers have done this, complete this quest and gain 1 experience. However, the other option here is about the next time we're in a delve, we have to populate all of the unoccupied tiles with 1 HP. And they're going to just essentially represent these rats that are in the delve. And this Argonian wants us to go collect rat tails. So it's a classic RPG side quest. Go collect a bunch of rat tails. And depending on how well we do, we'll sort of build up a stack. We can then, I believe it says we need to return to town. Yep, so once we have left the delve, you may visit any town to complete this quest. Gain the following reward based on the number of rat tails on this card. So it's if we only do 1 or 2, the chemist is upset but recognizes they didn't specify a specific amount. So the Argonian is just I need rat tails, and then just slammed the door in our face. So it's well, that's what you get for not specifying. So it still gives us 1 common equipment. Not very good though, but if we collect a bit more, we can get legendary, and if we collect over 8, we gain an experience as well. Now, completing side quests can also have other effects as well. There might be things that tell you hey, you need to complete a side quest for this quest step, or the knight class levels up once you've completed 2 side quests in a single session. So sometimes these are great, not just because they might provide sort of cheap and sort of background stuff you can do to gain additional items or experience. Sometimes they might also help you level up your character. And some of these, usually the ones that have a little bit more involved steps, might even increase the rewards further. There are even some side quests which will give you keywords that'll help you out in a lot of end games. It's not a guarantee. It's not like a normal quest end game, or excuse me, a quest keyword that you get that'll absolutely help you in the end game. It might be oh, this one is going to weaken Daedric things. And so in the end game, the Daedra are going to be weaker. But you might have an endgame that doesn't actually spawn Daedra. So it's a little bit of a gamble. It's not 100% guarantee, but it's like, well, if I can do it, I might as well, because if it helps, it's going to be really nice. So we're going to take the rat one, because I love rats. No, yeah, right. Yeah, why would you actually, now that I think about it? All right. So I've taken the 2 town actions as Nordman Jim. Now, we could take them in any order. It is not actually like, oh, Nordman Jim had to take 2 first. But I'm going to just play it out that way. Additionally, I can actually choose to discard this diplomatic immunity card to take 1 additional town action. And for that final town action, I am going to take the Argonian Tunic, because we are in Black Marsh. So getting that bonus, that additional bonus, is pretty good. And then I'm going to take the Stinkhorn Tonic. Now, I currently have, I don't know if this is quite visible in any of the cameras, but I currently have set aside 4 face up. I
put them under your character, man.
Under? Like down here? Okay.
Or at least you can see the tips of them.
Okay, if that works.
Can't see the tails, but you can see the tips.
Yeah, this game is not the easiest one to show off in a limited camera setup. All right, so I have 3 here. I have space for 1 more item to sort of be in my ready slots. So that means if we were to jump into a battle, I have 4 slots ready to go of items I can use. If I were to get additional items, any additional ones, I would place face down on top of my race card or somewhere nearby if that doesn't work for you. But face down is important because it's like, okay, I cannot use those. I have to have them in my ready slots in order to be able to use them. And it is only outside of battle that I can rearrange those and get new ready slots ready. All right, now we're gonna have Gladys Lizard go. And so I am going to have her, she's going to go ahead and train speech. We're going to train this speech line. And we're going to put the speech line, we're going to put it across from stamina. Now, something to note is that there are certain skill lines that require you to be in a specific battle form. Those are going to be like the primary damage dealing or any like magic based one. So even if you take a support magic class like Restoring Light, which is like the healing one, it still requires the battle form of being in magic weapon. You got to equip the staff or a wand or something to actually cast that stuff. And same with all of the physical damage, like one-handed shield, two-handed, bow, even the heavy armor, which isn't aggressive, but it is heavily defensive, requires you to be in the defensive battle form. But that being said, a lot, and these are primarily the thief skill lines, are going to be not bound by battle form, but they do still require stamina. So that means if I'm going to be sort of like a sorcerer mage user, I'm going to primarily be in magic weapon battle form. But what's nice is, so magic weapon dice, and I'm going to bring this into the close-up here so we can sort of see the difference. Any of the magic dice are going to have kind of this blue background, and that's to indicate that they use stamina, or excuse me, magicka to roll. The colors match. So it uses magicka to roll, as opposed to speech, which uses stamina to roll. However, you'll notice speech does not have a battle form, which means that if I am rolling my magic dice in Restoring Light or Destruction or whatever it is, that's eating into my magicka stat. So I could currently, with 2 magicka, could only roll 2 dice that require magic. But I could also roll these speech dice, because those require stamina and do not require a battle form. As opposed to if I wanted to roll Restoring Light with bow, for example, those battle forms clash. They have different battle forms, so I couldn't roll both together. But speech, I can. So a lot of the thief skill lines are really fun to sort of add to your primary build. So it's like, okay, well, I'm going to be a mage, but I'm going to be a smooth-talking mage. I'm going to be a sneaky mage. I'm going to be an acrobatic mage.
Did you explain how to read these cards?
Oh.
Dice numbers and hit.
Yeah. That is a good point. Thank you, Andrew. I'm going to, when I have this, so Andrew just mentioned that I should probably just give a quick rundown on.
Or at least, choose a skill line you have.
Yeah, choose a skill line I have. Yep. So just so we can have an idea of what we're learning, because as we're training these, of course, you're going to want to reference the skill line of the thing you're training, because that'll help you decide, do I want speech? Do I want bow? Like, let me take a look at the reference sheet. So we've got our starting level, and we've got the dice. So if there was multiple options, it would look like this. So like for level 2, for example, there's both Wall of Elements and Destructive Touch. Underneath the skill line, there will be all of the different icons on that die. So Force Shock, I shouldn't say all, I should say all of the unique icons on that die. So we've got Force Shock, we've got the symbol with the 2, and there's 3 little squares next to it. That means 3 sides of this D6 are going to have that icon. If we roll that icon during an engage, it's going to have deal 2 damage to target enemy. There's also one side that deals 4 damage. It says deal 4 damage to target enemy. Let's see if I can find that. There it is. 4 damage to target enemy and 1 damage to an adventurer. So it's a little bit explosive. It's going to hurt somebody. But as the one using this spell, I can choose. So if I'm like, hey, Nordman Jim was mean to me last session, I'm going to keep hitting him with this. Or if you're like, oh, I can probably take it. I'm a mage. I'm in the back line. I'll just take the damage myself. Then there's this symbol here, which kind of looks like the tenacity symbol, but it's got a different icon in the middle. And that's gain 2 tenacity and deal 1 damage to an adventurer. Lastly, there's going to be this thing here. That just tells you how many generic tenacity icons are on that die as well. So the Force Shock does have one side. That's just going to be a straight up miss, gain a tenacity kind of thing. Then you'll have down the line, we've got Wall of Elements, which has like the 2, 2, and 1 of the different effects. 1 tenacity, Destructive Touch, 1, 3, 1. As far as like these effects go, there will be a few different letters here that tells you how it's resolved. So an I means as soon as you roll it, it's an instant effect. So you use the effect, you deal the damage, you do whatever it tells you to do. And then the die is exhausted. So it goes into your cooldown where you cannot use it until you've recovered it. There might be other ones that have an A. If it's an A, that's going to go up to one of your 4 active slots. That's where it's going to sit until you can choose like when to trigger the effect, which will always be listed on here. So a good example of that is going to be the One Hand and Shield. So One Hand and Shield, we've got Sword and Board. So it actually has a combo, like a hybrid, because it's got an instant, which is the deal 1 damage to your target. But then the active is, then place in an active slot. When attacked, you may exhaust the die to prevent 1 damage. So it deals a point of damage, but then also when an enemy hits you, it blocks a point. So it is a shield and a sword. Next we have, and so another active here that's just an active, for example, is Defensive Posture, which you will roll on your turn during any other kind of engage, but then it won't actually do anything at that point. It'll just put it in the active slot, where then when you're attacked by an enemy, and it tells you like after taking attack damage from an adjacent enemy, roll 1 free combat die for each damage you took, and deal the rolled damage back to the attacker, then exhaust Defensive Posture. So all of the active dice will tell you when you trigger their effects and where they go after you've triggered them. The other ones that are possible.
Cooldown.
Yep. Well, I'm going to get to this one first. Hold on. Hold your horses. We have a D for Delta, or I should say D for Drain. Sorry. I was just trying to use whatever. All right, Drain. So when a die is drained, it's gone for the rest of the battle. So as opposed to Exhaust, where it goes down to your cooldown and you can get it back, drained, nope, they're gone. You will automatically get it back at the end of the battle, but you can just use it once per that fight, unless you have something that lets you recover drained dice, which there's a good number of. The other 2 are going to be one with a C, which is for something like Acrobatics. These have a C. That means it doesn't do anything when you roll it, so it's no instant effect. You don't put it in your active slots, but while it's in your cooldown, it triggers the effect. So for example, this one here, while in your cooldown, you may move up to 5 free hexes at the start of your turn. So Acrobatics kind of benefits from doing it ahead of time. So it's like, okay, well, my first turn, I'm not going to get that free movement, but I'm going to roll it. It's going to go on my cooldown. Additionally, because it's in your cooldown, if you recover it right away, you will lose that effect. So this is one of the ones where it pairs pretty well if you're really taking big turns or putting a lot in your cooldown, or you just did a battle, you don't go to an inn, your cooldown sort of is where it was at the end of the last fight, but those acrobatic dice are already in your cooldown, so you could then start the next fight with that ready to go. The last one here, which I don't think we have in the base game, at least at the moment, I think Illusion in the Valenwood expansion has it, is a status die. So it's essentially, you treat it like a stat. You roll it, you treat it like a status die, you'll place it on an adventurer or on a enemy, and it works the same as like a normal status die where it sort of sits there until it's either cooled out of the cooldown for the adventurers or it is removed because the enemy is defeated. And then the text will tell you what to do with it after. It might say, drain this die, exhaust this die, recover this die, any number of things. So that'll be all there. These are double-sided because most skill lines will go up to level 4. In order to train these higher level ones, though, you do need to have a lower level before you can train the next. So if you wanted to get this level 2 acrobatics die, you will already have to have a level 1. If you want a level 3, you have to have a level 2.
And that's only in your mat while training, yes?
Not in your mat specifically, but already trained.
Okay.
So, like, yeah, if it's in your cooldown, you're active, you can still do it. But
if I untrained a level 1, but had a level 2, I could still train a level 3.
yes, correct. Yeah, so you can untrain skill dice in this game. If you untrain a level 1, but you already got your level 2, you could then train a level 3. Yes, you do not need every type before.
All right, and there's a pile of questions. I'm going to run through them real quick.
Yep.
And I do want to reiterate, this is largely for teaching rules. So questions regarding rules, A-OK, 100% ask them away. If it's questions about what the final product will be, I will try to answer those right now, but no more. So is it possible to sell items in town to gain XP or trade in town?
Lilmoth did have sort of a shop that you could do that. You could trade in a legendary equipment for an XP, but that was a unique town feature. So by default, no. However, there are a number of effects. There's like side quests in the game which require you to essentially discard, sell a bunch of items in the shop to complete a step of the side quest. Or there might be quest steps that ask you to do that. But by default, no. There is no way to sort of sell back any items.
Yep, and then end of day, you can trade items amongst each other.
Correct.
You just basically can't do it in battle.
Yep.
Are there different weather effects on the different maps? That is a Black Marsh feature, I believe, and
Correct.
there are different map features in different regions.
Yep,
We'll
so
get into that when
yeah, so
about other regions.
as just like a quick highlight, like High Rock has building unrest instead of weather. Morrowind, the main villain of the game, is sort of doing like these delves to try and uncover hidden Dwemer artifacts, so you can try and interrupt those. Otherwise, it'll make that last quest step harder, So each region has their own unique features that you kind of have to factor in when you're deciding where to go, how to progress, things like that.
Any chance of a random dragon or cultist showing up in the town? Quest steps will trigger, and you do not get to see them ahead of time. So they might do something that you need to resolve right then and get to a new place and figure that out. We're not going to say, spoilers and all that, but yeah, there's stuff. We've got a few more. Are there little side quests in town? You can give a guy a health potion. All the side quests are very unique to themselves. They work different than any other part of the game. Sometimes you'll trigger them in town. There's one that Salem likes a lot where you have to give somebody a meatloaf.
Oh, yes.
Travel on with meatloaf. One I was doing was you had to get the monkey off your back, and you had the scamps in your party until you could find a drink to give them.
Oh, yeah. But the scamps are really good, so you almost don't want to find a drink.
Yeah. This is the 3 scamps in a trench coat trying to get a drink. One thing that doesn't appeal to me is that the randomness of skills and stats that you draw. Stats are determined by your race, so that's 100% on you if you picked a bad one. Sorry. Skills are going to be just randomly drawn from a bag. That's just how traveling across the world works. You never know what trainers are going to be in what towns. You do get one to pick, though.
At the very
if you really want something, you can give it to yourself up front. If it doesn't deal damage, it might be a bad idea.
Yeah. And again, there are going to be some towns that have ways to kind of mitigate that or get around it. Like I know in High Rock, there is one town that's like thief skill only. one town that's warrior skill only, and one town that's mage skill only. So you can, if you know what constellation the skill is going to be in, you prioritize those, trying to get to one of those towns. There's also some other ones where it's like, hey, you can just always train speech here. They're not crazy common, so you do need to be intentional as to which towns you're going to when you want to do that. But this is also a game that definitely encourages sort of improvisation of builds.
Yep. On the overland maps, are there clusters of certain types of icons depending on the area of the map? I would say yes. There are definitely enemy camps. As you can see on the map, there's like quite a cluster here, a little more sparse up here versus like other settlements. So yes. In the future, D8 or D10s. No plans for that at this time. We like D6s at this company. I don't think we've ever done not that. So
we'll never say never. Yeah, we'll never say never, but at the moment they're all D6s,
yeah. Should an element wall be I/D since D doesn't actually indicate that you use it? No, D is also like, used instantly, but it's
yeah. So I think I failed to clarify that. Yeah, any D for drain, like you still resolve the effect right away, but then it's drained instead. And obviously, if we find out that terminology wouldn't work in an I/D or even an I that just then says drain this die.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's all subject to change. We'll sort of see how things progress.
And then you'll probably be able to fight dragons. I don't know, guys. It's Elder Scrolls. There's probably going to be a dragon there somewhere. I can't say for sure.
So at this point in Tamriel, most of the dragons are pretty isolated to elsewhere. We have some pretty big ideas for in the future. If we do an we do an elsewhere expansion, there will absolutely probably be dragons, if not all over, at least in quests. But that's mostly where all the dragons are at this point in Tamriel's history, because it's during like the mid-second era. So
I'm going to put the cutoff there. Like, all the questions coming in right now, they're great questions. Save them for the next time we have a live Q&A. This is mostly rules.
Yep.
And these are all not rules questions.
Okay.
So.
Or if you want to answer them in chat, if you feel comfortable answering any of which is in chat.
I mean, skills will be redrawn every time you visit the same town. Those are traveling trainers. You know, they aren't hanging out in town. They got to make a way across the map like you do.
Yep.
Birth signs, I don't know. That's not a thing right now.
The what? Oh, so one thing that we are kind of looking on adapting as far as birth signs go, we are planning on having a jailbreak tutorial, kind of in classic Elder Scrolls fashion. You start by breaking out of prison. And during that tutorial, it will do things like give kind of mini keywords. So like, hey, did you unlock this chest that was off to the side? Or did you defeat the enemy or run past them? To give you like these kind of mini things that will guide you into sort of like which class will you have. So I just picked the classes freely because we have not yet designed the tutorial jailbreak yet. But it is sort of like a fun thematic way to sort of lean into that classic Elder Scrolls bit of, you know, starting in a dungeon and then rather than taking like either like one of those personality tests that they sometimes have or just choosing your constellation, you kind of do these things to be like, okay, you are definitely a sorcerer-like person. And it'll give you like a couple options. So like you get a keyword and be like, hey, sorcerer, Templar, spell sword, you know, kind of thing. But yeah, anyway, any other rule questions?
One last thing. It's not, I mean, it's technically in the rule book, so it's rules. Are there going to be QR codes included to instruction videos? There's no plans for that at the moment. I am going to try and make it a priority that when this is coming out and going to be in people's hands, that there will be nicely produced instruction videos for every aspect. So you can go into it knowing how to do it. But as far as linking them in the rule book, I don't think so. But who knows? Never say never.
All right. So I trained speech with Gladys Lizard. And then for my last town action, I'm going to just go ahead and take these remaining 2 items. And then if there were any items remaining in the shop, those will get cleared. All these trainers will get cleared. And there we go. So we have all taken our town actions. Here, I'll move these down here so they're consistent. we've all taken our 2 town actions. Nordman Jim got that bonus one because of that item. Now, once we have finished that, we move on to the reward phase. So this is if we were doing any kind of like other encounter that would grant XP. This is where we would gain that XP. Additionally, if there was any kind of other advancements, if we wanted to untrain anything, this is when we could do it, things like that. And then we're going to go into the end of day phase. So the way end of day works is the first thing you'll do is you'll draw a peaceful encounter. So if you already did a peaceful encounter, you would just use the one you already used. But if you did something like a town, for example, or you did a conflict encounter or something that doesn't have a peaceful, you're going to draw one. And the reason for that, I'm going to do the close-up here, is you're going to look for one of these types of symbols. And these are going to kind of trigger the overland feature of the game, of the region. So we got this symbol here, which is this little eyeball thing. That's going to be set the weather to flooding, and then move any NPCs to hexes. So we do have these beasts here, per the Mages Guild quest. They're going to move to hexes. Now, the way they move, this is once again mentioned in the quest step here. They've got this little like compass that they're going to roll. So they're going to roll a d6 and then move 2 spaces in the roll direction. So a 1, so they're going to move 1, 2, just like that. All right, and now we set the weather to flooding, which isn't going to do anything at the moment, but during our next day, if the weather is flooding, the party's movement rate is 2. While using fatigue to extend party movement further, adventurers must take over fatigue instead of light fatigue, which is pretty nasty. But something to consider as we move on to this next step. At the end of every day, you also have the adventurer's rest phase. This is where you can choose to trade loot if you like. This is also where you get to heal 1 HP, but we are both at max because we're still just at the start. And we could also recover any 1 die in our cooldown. So something to consider too is like if you know you're going to a peaceful or a town, you could pretty much always guarantee to push yourself at least 1 hex further because you'll have that free recovery to just remove it again. But if you're pushing yourself towards a battle or towards a quest step or something that you know you're going to take a hit on, might be a little bit more careful on doing that, especially if the weather's flooded and you're going to be taking over fatigue, which, not to get into too much because once we get into a battle, we'll go through those, but a lot nastier than normal fatigue. All right, so we do not have anything to recover, and I'm not going to have them trade any loot, in which case then we move on to the next day. So day 2, we're going to move the tracker here to day 2. And then these, of course, will be in that little lovely looking thing that we did a mock-up on, where it's like the...
Yeah, look at it on the page.
It's on the page. It's on the campaign page. All right, so we're on to day 2. So because the weather is flooding, our base movement is only 2. And if we move 1 further, we're going to have to take an over fatigue. Now, taking a look at what's around us. We've got 2 peacefuls, so we know we would be safe to, 1, navigate to those because they're 2 or less. We'd gain some XP from doing the encounter, and we wouldn't have to get into a fight. Now, peacefuls can still be kind of nasty sometimes. They might have other negative effects. Oh, I should say also, this encounter card that we drew does go to the bottom. So you'll always have 12 cards in the peacefuls, and you will go through all 12, because even if you didn't take a peaceful, it'll still cycle to the back. But it also means because there's 12 in there, you'll never repeat an encounter in a session. All right, so... yeah, we could go to those. We could also go to another town, but I think, at this point, probably good to start picking up some XP. We could also choose to move 2 and then gain an over fatigue to go to this unstable. However, that's a little risky because when you go to an unstable, you're actually going to roll a d6, and it's going to tell you what encounter type you're drawing because you're not quite sure what's going on at these unstables. These are sort of, a little bit rogue areas. You could get a peaceful, you could also get a conflict, but you could also get no encounter at all. So a 1 through 3 is a peaceful, a 4 and 5 is a conflict, and a 6 is nothing. Which, is usually not desirable because you'd much almost always prefer a peaceful, unless you're like you have a specific thing that's like, okay, no, we want to go on those empty spaces for a side quest or something like that. We're actually going to go ahead and do that because I'm going to use the magic of editing in case I get a bad result. I'm here to teach, not here to play. All right, so we're moving 1, 2, and because it's flooding, if we want to push ourselves one further, both adventurers have to take an over fatigue. So those go into our mats, and then we're going to stop our movement there, which then goes into the trigger and counter phase. So again, that's NPCs first, then quest, then town, then overland. So overland is where we're at. It is an unstable, so we would then go ahead and give the die a roll. And we got a 2, which is exactly what I was hoping for anyway, so I don't have to cheat. All right, so we got a 2, which is going to be a peaceful. So we draw the top card from the peaceful deck. All right, so it is extra credit. Close up, yeah. Extra credit. So we've got the flavor text there. Also, too, if you're ever sorting, now for playtesters out there, we'll probably all have these separated in TTS, but just as a heads up too, if you ever need to sort of consult is an encounter to a specific region, like the enemies, they'll have the little code at the bottom which will tell you either Black Marsh or GE for General, or HR for High Rock, MW for Morrowind, so on and so forth. All right, so it's got the flavor text, which is, an Argonian frantically approaches you, requesting assistance. She is a guardian of a nearby hatchery that is in dire need of protection for a few days while she attends to urgent family matters in Hellstrom. She assures you that the temporary Den Mother commission will be lucrative, a favor the Argonian people will not soon forget. And for this encounter, we actually have 3 different options. So typically, just something to understand typically about peacefuls and conflicts, you can generally expect 1 experience from peacefuls, 2 from conflicts. If you get a delve, you might even be able to get more from conflicts. And that's kind of there to be like, okay, well, if you want to just take a bunch of peacefuls back to back to back, you can, but you're probably not going to get enough XP to be ready for endgame. So you definitely need to be taking battles from time to time. But this one actually does have an option that will grant 3 XP. However, so we can choose to protect the eggs while we await her return. Increase the day counter by 2. If the weather is currently sunny, only increase the day counter by 1. It's not. It's flooding. Absolutely not sunny. Each adventurer may draw a legendary, heal to full, and clear their cooldown. So essentially, it's like while we're protecting this, we are resting pretty intensely. But we lose 2 days from our quest. We would also gain 3 XP, though, which is quite significant. Otherwise, we can also choose to refuse. There simply isn't enough time for such things. And that's pretty standard, like, hey, sorry, we gotta go. We still had this interaction. We still, like, quote unquote, completed her kind of like mini quest. We just probably didn't pick the answer she wanted, but it would still grant us 1 experience. Now, the bottom option here is enjoying a hearty omelet. So this option cannot be selected if there is an Argonian in your party. So there are going to be things in this game that kind of play off of your party composition. They're not super frequent, and they're never going to be in such a way where you feel like, oh man, I can't beat this game anymore because I have an Argonian in my party, or I can't beat this game because I'm not a Nord and I can't do this thing. They're more so just there to be like kind of fun things that, make it feel like your characters and who they are being recognized by the world. So cannot be selected for your Argonian party. So because Gladys Lizard here is going to be looking at us and be like, no, don't you dare. We are not eating the eggs. But if we were, we could all gain 5 bonus HP and 2 experience. However, we would gain this persistence. So this is something you could write in your journal or keep this card accessible however you prefer to do it. But all Argonian enemies will deal double damage when attacking adventurers. So essentially, if we were to choose to do this, we are making a permanent enemy with the Argonian. So anytime an Argonian enemy would spawn, they're going to be even nastier. So it comes at a cost. So might be a good thing that you have an Argonian in your party because maybe Nordman Jim won't feel tempted to eat the eggs. All right, so for the purposes of this, though, we are going to go ahead and just simply refuse. So we are going to gain the 1 experience. So we're going to move into the reward phase. So we gain 1 experience. So we progress these little trackers here. If you're ever at, and if are we on the main camera now? Okay. You'll have these. So this sort of marks how much banked XP you're at. If we were already at 3 and we gained 1, we would still have that 1 XP to spend during this day's reward phase, but any XP not spent at the end of it, you would lose. However, you can always spend XP to increase your tenacity, so you should never have a situation where, unless you were also at 5 tenacity and there was literally nothing you can spend, should be very, very rare there isn't at least something you can expend XP on. But we only gained 1. So we also are going to go ahead and increase this dial then up to 3. Like that. All right, so then we move on. We've done our encounter phase. We're in the reward phase. We gained our rewards. We could also choose right away to untrain anything. So if there was something you're like, oh, you know, I don't like having 2 of these sword and board dice on my Nord, and I only have 1 XP, so I can't buy the next skill. But I really do want it. You could untrain this. You don't get anything back for doing so, so it comes at that cost. But then I could train a level 2 for that 1 XP. I don't think I'm going to do that for now, though. So if I'm looking at my characters here, I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to have our Argonian here train 1 of the speech die, which is, let me find the reference sheet. It is Persuasive Will, but I want to be able to show that off here. All right. Persuasive Will. So you'll notice speech actually only has level 1 dice. So that's another kind of interesting thing about some of the skill lines is they might have a different approach on how they sort of base themselves or how the dice are actually used. But yeah, so all of these are just level 1. So if you have speech, I could have gotten haggling instead or intimidating presence. Additionally, these kind of do better the more you have of that certain one. So Persuasive Will is a drain, so when you roll it, it's drained for the rest of the battle. And it's take a turn for an adjacent enemy whose level is equal to or less than the total Persuasive Will rolled. And I will just say this 3 has actually been changed to a 4, so just as a heads up, and when you're in TTS playtesting, you know, that it should reflect that. So if I were to have 2 of those and roll them together, which there are 2, I could potentially get all the way up to take a turn for a level 10 enemy. Very rare, but it's possible. Whereas the most part, you know, I can pretty reliably get to take a turn. In fact, 100% reliably get to take a turn for a level 1. But if that's once that's up to a 4, then if you roll a 4 and a 1, you could do a 5. So I cannot. I'd have to roll this side only if I ever want to be able to take a turn for a level 5 with just the 1 die. So that's where I investing it, making sure I have 2 of it could be a good investment down the road. So I'm going to just take that 1 for now. So I do spend that 1 XP. So this whole sort of saved XP, I'll just make sure to put that back down to 0 to mark that I no longer have any additional XP. And for our Nord over here, I'm actually going to just save it. I'm going to not spend that because, you know, 1, I could increase my health. I could do that whole untraining thing if I wanted to, or I could gain 1 tenacity, but that's definitely not worth it. So I'm going to have him just sort of sit put for now. He's going to save that 1 XP for later.
One question.
Yeah.
When are persistent effects discarded? So if you did make the Argonians mad, would it be end of session or end of whole 3-part campaign?
So that is something that should be clarified on the card. So this card is a little bit outdated, but this is meant to be for the remainder of the campaign. But if there are other cards that might be like, hey, this will just get discarded the next day, or this will get discarded at the end of the session. So these will have that clarification text. It's a great question, though, because this one is missing it, so I simply forgot to even mention that. So thank you, question.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong. Whenever you take a turn for an enemy, you are taking an additional turn for them. You are not taking their turn.
Correct. Yes, it is separate. They'll still get their turn during normal enemies.
That will be the case in pretty much any game that we make.
Yep. Okay. All right. So we did our reward phase. Now we move on to the end of phase. So we're going to activate the province effect, which we will need to actually grab that card again real quick here to take a look. So we've got this little arrow here, and that means, and what's nice is you can look at the gazetteer to sort of figure out what it does. In fact, we'll want to make sure to do that as far as NPC movement, but the weather gauge is also determined by that as well. So set the weather to rainy, move any NPCs 3 hexes. So weather is now not as bad. So it's rainy, which means we'll only gain light fatigue if we want to push ourselves further. And I'll give that a roll. All right, so I know 1 was north, so 2 with this 3. Hey, that's perfect. It moves towards us. So just to confirm, make sure I got that right, they move 3 hexes. So 1, 2, 3, which is perfect. They are nice and close. All right, then we move on to recovery. So we could heal if we needed to, but then we get to remove it. So that over fatigue that we took was pretty much harmless because we knew we would be able to remove it. Now, if we had decided to move 2 hexes and gain 2 over fatigue, then we'd have to be like, okay, well, we got to be careful here because over fatigue is really nasty. It never clears from your cooldown unless it's part of like end of day or you have something special. Like it never normally clears. Instead, when it would clear, it just recycles back into your cooldown. Additionally, too, you also take 1 true damage at the start of every round for each over fatigue die you have. So going into a battle with over fatigue not only is going to clog up your cooldown, but it's also going to just keep hurting you. So these are really, really nasty. So if we had rolled a battle there, that would have been bad. And that's where I was like, it's going to cheat for the purposes of explaining the rules. But something to watch out for and why unstables can be really risky, especially if you have nasty cooldowns. Okay, but it got us closer to where we wanted to go, and it still got us experience. So, there is a pro to risking it. All right, so we moved those, and then we cleared our over fatigue, so we move on to the next day. So it moves us on to day 3. It is rainy, which means we can still only move 2, but we can push ourselves further at the cost of a light fatigue. So if we're looking at where we want to go, we could do this battle here at the Echoing Hollow. However, if we just take that 1 light fatigue, we could hop onto the enemies and just take care of this first quest step. It did say recommended day 4, so we definitely don't want to wait too much longer, but if they move towards us, it's a perfect opportunity to jump on it. So we're going to have us move 1, 2, and then and that's because it's rainy, so we can only move the 2, but then we're going to have the light fatigue to move an additional space. So we both gain a light fatigue, which is not nearly as bad as over fatigue, because light fatigue, it clogs up your cooldown, but doesn't give you damage, and when it would recover, it's discarded. So it's not going to stick around either. All right, so we are going to trigger that. So because NPCs are the highest, it's an NPC and it's a quest, so those are the 2 highest. So we're definitely doing that encounter. I'm going to go ahead and open up the gazetteer to see exactly what it is asking of us. Okay, so
Try and slide that page into a close-up maybe.
into the close-up, sure. All right, so we've got it over here. So initiate a clash. The first enemy must be, and that is a beast icon. So there are 3 different types of enemies in the game. There's humanoids, beasts, and Daedra. They don't have any innate effects. It'll just be like if something is referenced. So the first enemy must be a beast. Additionally, we need to roll a d6. If any adventurers have the mage, warden, or ranger class equipped, you may pick the number, which we actually do. So we do have a warden. Essentially, it's like these are, and I didn't read the flavor text because I was trying to just sort of expedite the process, but essentially it's like these are rabid beasts that the Mages Guild is like, hey, some kind of magic is messing with these beasts. So they're unpredictable. And that's kind of where it's like, as the warden, you can kind of calm them down and get them to, sort of have the effect that you choose. Alternatively, if you have the Bright Throat poultice, discard it and increase the day counter by 1. So essentially, it's like you can leave this for the animals. The animals will go to it, and while they are distracted with it, the mages can sort of study these animals and understand what's happening, which we do actually have, but I definitely want to show off a battle here, so we're not going to do that. Additionally, it would cost us to lose a day, but we would still get the full XP of the encounter without needing to actually do the battle. So if you had this and you're going to go into one of these fights, let's say you rolled a really bad option or you just have really bad cooldown, you're like, no, let's just give them that item instead. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do the setup here, which is this up here. And if you were to have drawn a Overland card, these would be on the cards as well. So every clash is going to tell you how to set up the map. All right, so we've got our battle mat and the entrance tile like this. Okay, so we've got these 3 chests. Those are going to be 3 chests that we can lockpick during the battle to get some equipment. All right, and then it's got all of the numbers, and that's going to tell you the order in which enemies are populated. Now, first, though, we have to determine the enemy pool. The enemy pool is going to be our current XP tracker, which is 3, multiplied by the number of adventurers, which is 2. So our enemy pool is going to be 6. Now, when you draw enemies, you always draw from the highest enemy level that still fits within the enemy pool. So our levels are 1, 5, 10, and 20. We are not going to draw anything from the 10 and 20 bag because we only have an enemy pool of 6, which means that first one is going to be a level 5. And it mentioned that it has to be a beast. So I'm going to just, oh, that's the wrong bag. All right, so just drawing here until we get a beast. I'm having some bad luck here with my draws. I swear I remembered to put all the enemies in here. There is beast. Here we go. Okay. So first enemy here we got is a Voroplasm, which is, I mean, I guess kind of a beast. It's more of a plasm. All right, so the first enemy you draw is going to go on the lowest number, so like 1. So the number 1 deployment hex. And actually before I finish the rest of this, I'm going to flip that up and pretend I haven't seen it because we do actually need to do the whole what they have first. So normally we'd have to roll a d6, but because we have a warden, we get to select. And out of those 3 options, the bonus health is probably the most manageable. Defense is probably the roughest. So we're going to just give everybody 1 bonus HP then per the encounter instructions. So, and actually, let's go ahead and show off a stat enemy chip here. Okay, so we're on close up. So we've got ourselves an enemy chip. At the very top, it'll tell you what level. So this is also on the back side is the other side, like the level 1. So we're going to do this level 5. It's got its starting health. So it starts with 4 health, but because of the encounter rules, we're going to add 1 more health underneath it. We also have in yellow here, this is its range. So this is how far away it can attack. Now it just has 1. A lot of the enemies in this game are just going to have 1. It effectively means that they are melee. As opposed to anybody who has 2 or higher, they're effectively range. However, they all still work and act the exact same way, just they use that to account their behavior. In the purple here, we have their attack stat. That's how many of the sort of enemy combat skills they're going to roll on their turn. Then we have their defense. And the way defense works in this game is that is how much damage you have to cut through before you'll start removing health chips. That does reset every single engage, like every single attack. However, if you ever do true damage, that will cut right through it. We also have like their type, so it's got that little beast icon that we know it's a beast. We have the BM, so we know it's a Black Marsh specific. That little axe there, that is no longer going to be there. That will be gone. That used to be its like battle form, so if it was melee or ranged, but now that's pretty much all just dependent on this range stat. Next to that is how many targets it can select. So this Voroplasm can have infinite number of targets, and if it has multiple that it can move to that are like equidistant, it's going to try and go for the strongest, which is the arrow above it. Strongest or weakest, that's just based on who has the most HP. We have its name, the Voroplasm, and then we have its skills. So it has the skill Native, which on the reference sheets here, there's 1 for quests and 1 for sort of standard units. All right, so on here, we've got the different, and this is double-sided. So on one hand, we've got Native, which is this unit has the skill specific to the region where the battle is occurring, which, for Black Marsh, is Weather Vane. Before attacking, exhaust X skills from target's active slots, determined by weather. Sunny 1, rainy 2, flooding 3. So the worse the weather, the more skill dice we will have to exhaust from our active slots when this enemy attacks us. And then the other one it has is Poison, which is add a Bane status to target unit. Banes are essentially, they'll go in your cooldown, deal you 1 true damage at the start of your turn until they cycle out. So getting hit by one of these can be pretty nasty. All right, so that is the quick rundown on enemy chips. So that is going to go on deployment 1, which is once again per this little diagram. And then when you deploy an enemy, you subtract that enemy's level from the remaining enemy pool. So our enemy pool was 6, so we subtract 5, which means our remaining is just 1. So then we will deploy any level 1. It does not need to be a beast. It was just that first one that had to be a beast. All right, so then this one's going to go on the 2, which is down here. And then once again, it is going to get that additional HP. So we have the Dunmer Bandit, which has 4 health, 2 range, 2 attack, 0 defense, which is nice. It is a humanoid, and it only hits the weakest. So it's going to go for the weakest. And then it has the skill called Divert, which Divert is this unit cannot lose its last HP unless it was already at 1 HP prior to taking damage. So because it's using the phrases deliberately HP, that does mean to the components themselves. So even if you were to hit this guy with like 1,000 true damage, that last HP chip could still not be removed. So it does not care about damage. It's just this physical chip cannot get removed unless it was already at 1 HP prior to taking the damage. All right. Okay, so we set up our enemies. Now we're going to go ahead and set up our adventurers. So at the start of the battle, you can choose which battle form you want to start in. Since we've got our Argonian here is kind of doing a little bit of magic stuff, I'm going to have her set up in magic weapon battle form. And because our Nord has these one-handed shield, we're going to start in light weapon. Now, first thing you got to do, though, is determine player order. First player is going to be whoever has the highest stamina stat. And then you will just proceed clockwise from there. Now, if there's a tie, though, adventurers get to decide. So Gladys Lizard does have 3 stamina, where Nordman Jim only has 2. So she's going to get the first player marker, which is this here. Now, in a 2-player game, clockwise, counterclockwise doesn't really make a difference because they're just the other player. But if you do 3 and 4 player, that clockwise rotation might start to matter. All right. And then obviously in solo, turn order for adventurers, it's just you. So we're going to place ourselves. Now you have to place yourselves anywhere on this entrance tile here. And so if we're looking ahead as to where we want to place ourselves, I think I'm going to have them set up like this because our Argonian can attack from some range, not a ton, only 2 magicka. So the magicka range is just going to be 2. But our Nord over here, who only has these like melee weapons, no archery, essentially has to get up close and personal. So, all right, and then we take our little round counter, which is this little D6 here, and set it to 1 to mark the first round. And then, unless there are any immediate questions here relevant, no, we can just jump right in. So, start of round 1, first player marker, which is our Argonian. So, on your turn, you're essentially allowed to take any 1 free move action, so that's moving hexes up to your movement stat. And then 2, 1 free engage. You can choose to take additional engages, but each time you take a new engage, you have to take a light fatigue. Now, you don't have to do your movement at the start, but usually on round 1, you probably want to get into the battle a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and do that. I am going to have... You know what? I think I'm going to move ahead. I'm going to go up like this. So I'm going to move that 2. So I could move 1 more. In fact, yeah, actually, I'm going to move ahead here because I'm going to show off what lockpicking looks like. So whenever you move onto a chest, you get to immediately interrupt your current action to perform a lockpick attempt. The way that works is if it's like one of these chests, you're going to lockpick a common. if it is this relic icon, you're going to lockpick a legendary. So I move on to that. I'm going to consult the top card from the relevant deck. I'm going to put that in close up here so we can take a look. And you'll see there are a number of different numbers on here. So these are the numbers I have to roll with these d6s. This is how many attempts I have at re-rolling. You could ignore that for any commons. That'll only be relevant for legendary. So I got to do my first roll. Okay, so did I get any matching? I got a 4, so I can choose to lock that in. But I also need a 3 and a 1, so I didn't really get good results there. So I'm going to do a re-roll. So I have 2 more rolls here. 2 5s. That's also pretty rough. So I have 1 more re-roll. I'm going to do it 1 more time. Now there is something I can do to mitigate these rolls. Okay, so I got a 3. That's good. Now, in order to get that 1, I can either choose to just be like, you know what, it's not worth it. I am not opening this, in which case this card would go to the bottom and the chest is destroyed. However, I can choose to take light fatigue to increase or decrease this result by 1 each time. So I could take a light fatigue, a light fatigue, a light fatigue, a light fatigue. What is that? 4 light fatigue. In order to take that, that's probably not worth it. So in this specific situation, I am not going to do that. But if I had rolled a 2, for example, and be like, okay, you know what? That's worth it. I'm going to take a light fatigue and add that to my cooldown to then draw that equipment. That equipment immediately gets to go into a ready slot. So in one of my 4 ready slots, unless that's full, then it would go to your pack. But I'm not going to cheat on this one. I'm just going to say, no, I'm not going to be taking that light fatigue, in which case then this is going to go to the bottom of the equipment deck. So that's kind of handy too, because if you ever have a really nasty, like a really hard roll, because you can't cycle the numbers. So like a 1 cannot go to a 6, for example. You'd have to go all the way up. So if you have a really nasty card that, for example, this next one, which is a 1, 1, and a 6, sometimes it might just be worth it to be like, all right, you know what? I'm going to try.
There's probably something really good.
There might be something really good, but other times it can also just be good to get that off the top of the deck so that the next thing you pick is going to be a little bit easier. All right, so I don't get it. Now I'm going to continue the rest of my turn. I'm going to go ahead and take an engage action. I have a range of 2 for my magic, and I can roll up to 2 magic dice. Now, I do still have stamina, though, I'm not spending. Granted, so I could roll my speech die, but this die does specifically require, it says I can do it to an adjacent person. So if I ended my turn there, I could use the speech die on this guy. But I decided not to. I decided to go for the chest. So I could roll this if I wanted, but it would not resolve any effect because it does say in the effect rules, like in the description, taking a turn for an adjacent enemy, which I am not adjacent, so it just have no effect. Additionally, this base combat skill cannot be rolled in magic. It can be rolled in any of the other 4 battle forms, but per the sort of the skill sheet that comes with the combat dice, cannot roll it in magic. So sadly, that would conflict with my current battle form, so I cannot roll that. So it is really just these 2. So I've gathered my dice, and I also have to select a target. So you can only have 1 target unless something lets you otherwise. It's going to be this guy. I'm going to go for the Dunmer Bandit here because this Voroplasm is out of range at the moment. All right, so I'm going to give these a roll. Okay, so it looks like I'm going to do 2 damage to it. So it loses 2 HP. I'm also going to gain 2 tenacity, but I have to deal 1 damage to an adventurer. So I take those 2 damage from that. I gain my tenacity, so I increase my tenacity by 2. And now I have to deal 1 damage to an adventurer. I kind of want to give it to the Nord. But yeah, actually, okay, so this is something where obviously you can have table talk. You can decide. Ultimately, if you were the one who rolled that, though, you are the ultimate authority on who takes that damage. Anybody else will just have to live with it. But if you have table talk, if you're open, I could be like, hey, you know what? Nordman Jim here has these sword and board dice, which deal damage and provide defense. So even if he's a little bit weaker, he's going to have that defense built in. So that'll help him out a lot. So we're going to do that. He's going to take that 1 damage. Now, if you were to roll this result, for example, and you're already at full tenacity and you're like, man, I really don't want that and I don't want to deal damage, unless an effect says otherwise, you can always choose to not resolve a rolled result. That said, if you do so, it's still going to be exhausted no matter what. So it's not a situation of like, oh, I don't like that, I'm going to put it back on my mat to roll again next turn or next engage. No, it's still going off cooldown. But if any of these dice have a negative effect or an unintended side effect you don't want to resolve, you can choose to be like, nope, unless obviously otherwise stated. So once I've rolled those go into my cooldown. Do you have a question?
No. Well, there's a question. Is Magicka affected by defense? Yes.
Yes. Everything is affected by defense except for true damage.
Yep. The enemy Salem struck has 0 defense.
0 defense,
That's why
correct.
They lost 2. If Salem had been targeting the Voroplasm,
I would have dealt 0. Or I would have dealt. So dealing damage and taking damage are sort of like the two different terms. So I still would have dealt the 2 damage, but that defense would have absorbed it. So the Voroplasm would have taken 0 damage. And that's important too, because there are some skills that trigger off of you dealing damage, and there are skills that are triggered off of you taking damage. Like, so taking and dealing are specific terms. All right, so I could choose to end my turn right there. However, you can always choose to take additional engages. Just doing so comes at the cost of a light fatigue. So for example, I have this 1 combat die. I could take an additional engage, switch to something like a ranged weapon, and actually take a shot against this guy. And since he has no defense, I have a very high likelihood of actually dealing some damage, or him taking some damage, I should say, as opposed to the Voroplasm, which I would be in range of because archery scales off of stamina. But that 2 defense, there's no way I'm actually going to get an HP removed from him. It's just going to bounce off the defense. Alternatively, if I was worried about my own health, and this is actually what I'm going to do here for the purposes of showing off, I am going to switch to defensive battle form. So I'm taking an additional engage, which always costs a light fatigue. Anytime you take an engage, you sort of get a free chance to switch battle forms. So I'm going to switch to defensive. And then I'm going to go ahead and roll this. All right, so I got a miss, which, is not the end of the world because getting that tenacity can be really helpful. All right, so I get that miss. So that does increase my tenacity by 1. If I had not rolled a miss, let's say I rolled this instead. When you're in defensive battle form, when you roll these combat skills, they're going to work like defense. So I would place that up in my active slot, and then whenever I'm attacked, I can choose to exhaust that to ignore up to the amount of damage printed. So like if it was 1, I could ignore 1 damage. If it was 2, I could ignore 2. So unlike enemy defense though, this is just a one-time use and then it's exhausted. But I got the miss, so that's the tenacity. Now, taking a look at my class abilities, there might be something I want to do here. So there's Surge, which is spend X additional tenacity, choose an adventurer to recover X of the leftmost dice of their cooldown. I could actually spend all 3 because it would cost 1 to trigger Surge and then 2, and I could recover these 2 dice from my cooldown and get another magic skill back. You could actually then chain that immediately into another engage, so you absolutely have the freedom to take these like really long turns where you're like, okay, I'm doing this, doing that, doing this, but it comes at a huge cost. Like I would be spending all of my tenacity, I'd be spending all of my dice, and I would be sort of helpless in the next turn. Alternatively, I think I am actually going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to go ahead and you can switch battle forms when you're taking an engage or when you're like wanting to do a class ability that requires a battle form, but it's always going to cost that light fatigue. So I'm going to go ahead, taking another engage here. So grab my light fatigue to switch back to magic, and I'm going to cast Exploitation, which is one of my sorcerer abilities, which is oh wait, shoot, no, I can't do that. I'm not in range. Scratch all of that. If I were in range, let's say I'm there. This says remove 1 HP chip from yourself and 1 HP from any unit in range. Move both chips to any other unit in range. So if I were to cast that, let's say, I'm going to walk this back because I realized I was not in range. I apologize, everybody. But if I was here, I could cast this. I would have to lose an HP chip, and I could choose somebody else to lose an HP chip. Now, this just says remove an HP. So this is just talking about the components. It's not damage in that sense. So I could be like, all right, you know what? I'm going to remove it from the Voroplasm because the Voroplasm has that 2 defense that's harder to cut through. And I'm going to give it to the Dunmer Bandit, who's easier to kill. Alternatively, if our Nord was in range, I could use that to heal him instead. But once again, I was here, so I was not in range. So I still do have that 3 tenacity, and I'm going to keep that. I am going to still, however, switch to this magic battle form, because that's going to help my sorcerer skill out, which is if I start my turn in magic weapon, I get to gain a tenacity. So starting in that's going to help me out next turn. Okay, in which case then, I'm going to end my turn, and that ends with me getting to clear out dice from my cooldown equal to my cooldown rate. Now, you don't get to choose. It's just going to be whatever the leftmost dice is up to your cooldown stat. So that light fatigue is discarded, and this skill die is placed back on my mat. And then we proceed to the next player. So that's going to be our Nord. All right, so our Nord is back here. We're going to have him move up to go ahead and attack this Dunmer Bandit. Now, so I'm going to have him roll. He's got 2 stamina, which means he can only roll 2 dice at the moment. And so I'm going to think he's just going to roll these sword and board dice. There's no sense in using my Iron Dagger at the moment because this Dunmer Bandit doesn't have any defense, so making sure it's true damage isn't really going to help me too much. No sense in using my Nord ability to add a bunch of free combat dice. I'm going to just go ahead and roll these 2. All right, I've been rolling a lot of tenacity today. Okay, so I get a 1, so that's going to deal 1 point of damage to the Dunmer Bandit. And then this is going to go into my active slot. And that's essentially going to be a point of defense next time I'm attacked. Also gain 1 tenacity. There we go. All right, so then this does get exhausted. And let's see here. I want to see if I have... Yep, I do. Okay. All right, so I'm going to take the rest of my turn here. Now, think about the Dunmer Bandit. It's got that skill divert. So keeping it at 2 health is actually pretty bad because that means the next attack is not going to be able to kill it. No matter how powerful it is, it's only going to get down to that 1 HP. So seeing if there's a way I can get that Dunmer Bandit down to that 1 HP is going to prime that enemy for being defeated. So I'm going to go ahead and take an additional engage. So I'm going to take a light fatigue. And I'm not going to switch battle form. I'm going to stay in the battle form I'm in because I want to go ahead and use this Iron Dagger, which does say if you roll a single combat skill with this attack, set the result to 1 and treat it as true damage. So this is the die I'm going to roll. I'm not going to roll anything else. I could roll another one if I wanted, but I'm going to just stick with that. And I'm going to set it to 1. And the reason why I'm doing that is not because of the true damage, but to ensure that I don't roll another miss. So I'm going to deal the 1 damage, like so. And because I did not overtax the weapon's not going to get discarded. So I get to keep using that effect until I decide to overtax it, or I have to discard it for some other game effect. So that goes in my cooldown. Now, before I end my turn, I am going to go ahead and use my 1 tenacity ability, which lets me summon a diving cliff racer on an adjacent space. It is a companion controlled by you. Once per combat. So that is a restriction. So even if this companion I'm going to summon were to die, I could not trigger that ability again this battle. So I'm going to spend that 1 tenacity to summon this. I've affectionately named the cliff diver Clifford, but that is not canonically its name. All right, so I spent the 1 tenacity, and I could choose whichever space I want to put it on. I want to put it here, though, because if that Voroplasm moves and goes to here, for example, it could end up hitting both of them. All right, so I've placed my companion there. And I think that is going to just end my Nordman Jim's turn. All right, so then I'm going to go do the cooldown. So I get to discard this light fatigue. And this sword and board skill die goes back to my mat. Now, there is a companion in play. All companions, regardless of who they're controlled by, go during the companion turn sub-step. It's after all adventurers, then companions go. And companions are going to go in the order similar to enemies, in that highest level ones go first, then down the line. So this one is a special enemy, which sort of get lumped together into quest enemies, or quest units, I should say. All quests go first, then it's 20s, 10s, 5s, 1s. So if I manage to recruit, for some game effect, a level 1, that would always be the last group of companions to go. But there's just the one companion here. So, since it's controlled by Jim Nordman, I forget his name. Nordman Jim. Since it's controlled by our Nord, that player gets to freely choose however I get to move this one around. Companions will get a movement step of 2, and that's a max, so they cannot move farther than 2. And then they'll get 1 free attack or engage against a target if they have 1 valid. We do have dodge, which is a defensive skill. Essentially, when a unit rolls or when a unit attacks this, let me go ahead and just read it. I don't know why I'm trying to. Dodge. Reduce damage dealt to this unit by the number of tenacity rolled. So if a player character were to roll it and were to roll a bunch of tenacity against it, not only would it not do damage, it would reduce all other damage it's taking too. And then the other one is rush, which rush is after its first movement, if this unit cannot attack an opposing unit, it moves a second time. So you could essentially, I could have this guy go here and it's like, oh, he's got 1 range, he can't attack anybody. So then he gets to move a second time like that. It does not grant him a chance to attack again. It is just purely like an additional rush. Like, okay, if you need to close the distance, rush is good, but it doesn't help you attack something farther away. All right, so we're going to have Clifford go here. We're going to just have Clifford stay right where he is, and we're going to have it attack the Dunmer Bandit. So it's got an attack stat of 2, and you'll notice that these enemies do still have some, or excuse me, these companions do still have some of the like targeting requirements that enemies do, but that's purely just in case it like gets taken over and you have to run it with the AI. If there were multiple targets here, I would not have to abide by whatever's listed. You have a lot more agency with your companions than enemies will have. All right, so 2 against the Dunmer Bandit. All right, so 2 damage, that's enough. That takes it out. And then this guy is going to be discarded, but you're going to want to make sure you keep a defeated stack nearby, so it doesn't go to the bag just yet. And the reason for that is there might be some battles that require you to track who has been killed, or there's the skill Necromancy, which revives the most recently defeated enemy. But once the battle's all done and we go into cleanup, it'll go back to the bag. All right, so Clifford's turn's done there. So that's all the companions. Now we're going to go into enemies. And enemies are going to go from highest level to lowest level. So quests first, then 20s, 10s, 5s, 1s. It's just the Voroplasm though. So the way enemies sort of operate is if they have somebody they can already attack, they will not move. They are very lazy. However, this Voroplasm has a range stat of 1. So definitely cannot attack anybody because nobody's adjacent. So it's going to move up to 2 towards the closest person. If there's ever 2 valid like places that it's equidistant to, it'll go to the one based on its priority. So if our Nord was over here and now all of a sudden both of us, it's like, okay, well, you're 2 away and you're 2 away. It's going to go for the strongest, so it would still go for Argonian. But in this context, the Argonian is the only one it can reach. Now, if it did have a range stat of 2, it would only move as few as possible to get to a place where it could attack. They do not care about hitting as many people as possible. They will just go for the closest, go for who they can go for. So making sure that you as players, if you come across enemies that can multi-target, you want to take that into account. You don't want to be trapped in a situation where you let it actually deal all of that damage. You kind of want to put yourself in a position where it's like, okay, well, this guy could attack everybody, but because of where we've positioned, like, so for example, this Voroplasm, It's going to move there. It can only attack our Argonian. It won't be able to attack anyone else because they're all out of range. Okay, so it is now going to attack our Argonian. It's going to roll 1 free combat die. Oof, 2 damage. So this is a situation where maybe I want to use my Argonian resistance, which is once per battle. When you would take damage, you may choose to prevent all of that damage. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, and you can just grab any sort of auxiliary counter. We're going to have like some objective counters in the game that you can kind of use. Just anything to sort of place on your character sheet. I'm going to just use this token for now to mark that you've already used your once per battle. So I'm going to do that. I'm not going to take that 2 damage, but I do still have to resolve these other skills. So native is the one where the weather vane, I'd have to, because it's rainy, have to exhaust up to 2 dice from my active slots. Because I rolled a miss on that defense die I tried to roll, I actually don't have anything in there. So I don't have to worry about that. But that poison, however, is going to trigger. Going to have to take this Bane die and put it at the end of my cooldown. Just like that. All right. All of the enemies have gone, so then we proceed and we increase the round counter to 2, and then we will keep going. Now, the one thing to note is once you reach round 6, now this is a too many bones component, so it will not look like this, but once you reach round 6 and beyond, at the start of the round, all adventurers have to take an over fatigue, and then additionally, all adventurers take true damage equal to the amount of over fatigue. So I mentioned that if you get over fatigue outside of the end, that will also trigger. But essentially, even if you have no over fatigue, but you get to round 6 and beyond, you're going to start racking it up and you're going to start taking a lot of damage. So it kind of puts the pressure on, like, make sure you're clearing through these battles as fast as you can so you can avoid getting to those over fatigue rounds. All right, so we're in round 2. I'm going to go to our Argonian here. And because of that 2 defense, there is definitely situations where it's like I have this 1 magic die I could roll, but it's also very, very likely that I only roll 2 and it just bounces off the defense. So this might be a situation where it's like, you know what? I'm not going to actually engage. I'm going to go either make some space, run away, or maybe unlock some of these chests. So I'm going to go here. So that's 2 of my movement. So I need to roll this 1, 1, and 6. Let's see if I get more lucky here. All right, so honestly, you know what? I'm going to just do it. I'm going to take a light fatigue to change that to a 1. And then I'm going to take 2 light fatigue to change that to a 6. And I'm going to take 2 more. Oh, wait, no, the last one's, oh, sorry. I thought that was a 6. No, I'm not going to, no. I'm going to re-roll that one. Okay, I've got 1 more roll. Come on. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, you know, so there are abilities in the game that can help you out with lockpicking. In fact, in Valen Wood, there's a whole security lockpick like skill line that doesn't cost stamina to roll, and they don't ever exhaust or drain. They get to just keep going back to your mat that help you with all the lockpicking. Because that is unfortunate. I would have to take, 5 light fatigue? I don't even think I have the space for that. I do not. Which, if you ever have to add light fatigue, but you are out, you're completely filled up, you actually have to then drain the most furthest right skill die, and then replace it with over fatigue. So not only do you lose that skill die that was in there, it's drained now, you won't recover it, you also gain over fatigue instead. Additionally, if you ever have to exhaust a skill, but there's no room, then you just drain it instead as well. I am not going to take that 5 light fatigue though. So that was rough, but that is how it sometimes plays out, especially with a hard card like a 1/6/1. Okay. But I do still have 1 more movement. So if I wanted to move 1 more space, I could choose to do so. Also, I do realize I forgot to take the 1 true damage here because of my Bane die. Okay. I'll go here. All right. So that's going to end my turn. I'm going to recover. So now I will have both of my Destruction Staff dice ready to go. Hopefully try and help burst down that Voroplasm. All right. So next, I am going to have our Nord fella here. He's going to move up. And we're going to go ahead and... So, let's see. We're going to roll... I'm not going to overtax our Iron Dagger here, but I am going to just roll one combat skill. Oh, I guess the free ones would increase that. Yeah, so I'm going to use our Iron Dagger here. I'm going to just roll one combat skill and my sword and board die. So this combat skill is going to be set to 1, and it's going to deal true damage. And then we're going to roll this other one. And unfortunately, we did get a miss. But this is true damage, so it's going to cut through. Just going to deal that 1. That exhausts. I gain a tenacity. And that exhausts as well. I'm going to go ahead and take an additional engage. So I can take that light fatigue. I'm going to stay in my battle form. I'm going to do the Iron Dagger here again. I'm going to just do that and get that 1 true damage. So doesn't do a lot of burst damage, but it's really nice and reliable to cut through high defense. All right, and I have the 1 tenacity, but I already have our diving cliff racer in play, so can't exactly use that at the moment. And then I'm going to exhaust these. Now, I could also go ahead and use something like the Stinkhorn Tonic to place a Bane status die on that Voroplasm, so it would also take true damage at the start of its turn. And that actually might not be a bad idea, because I can always rebrew that. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to tap my Stinkhorn Tonic, so it is now expended. And I'm going to place a a Bane status die. It's got the same icon as Too Many Bones Bleed, but of course that's not permanent. Actually, no, that's not even the same icon. It just looks the same. Anyway, don't mind me. All right, and so that's, okay, there. So now it's Companion's turns go. So Clifford here. Now, this is a situation where it's like, do I think Clifford could deal some damage? Because if not, keeping him away might be smart, because this Voroplasm hits everybody. So by moving him up for an attack, I'm leaving him vulnerable for an attack in addition to Nord. But I think it's probably worth it. Clifford's going to get removed at the end of combat anyway, so might as well. All right, we're going to have him move up, and who knows, maybe I'll get lucky, roll a 2 and a 1 here. Which, yeah, there we go. So 2 of it hits the defense, but I do still get to remove 1 health chip. All right, so that's all companions. So then enemy's going to go. So even if this targeting priority, because, yeah, so the targeting priority is go for the strongest. And the Voroplasm can actually reach our Argonian. But because it can already hit other people without moving, it's just going to stay put. So it's going to go ahead and stay put. It is going to take that true damage because of the Bane. And then it's going to roll its 1 attack, and it's going to apply it to both. All right, so 1 damage. So that's now going to get applied to both. So Clifford here has no defense, and dodge isn't going to help because no misses were rolled, so minus the health. And then Nord over here could take the damage, but we have this defense, this sword and board here. So we're going to exhaust that instead to ignore that point of damage. All right, then we move on to round 3. Okay, we're going to see if 3rd time's a charm here with these chests. So we're going to move on to that chest, and we need a 3-1-4. Not quite as punishing. All right, there we go. So we got the 3 and we got the 4, and honestly, I'm going to just take the 2 light fatigue. And also, got to remove that because of the Bane. All right, so I'm going to take the 2 light fatigue to drop that down to a 1. So we do get this item, and we got ourselves a maple bow. You have +1 range for this attack. And if we overtax it, you can add a free combat skill to your attack for each hex away from you your target is. So with 4 stamina, we could, essentially we have 3 stamina, so we have a range of 3. This would increase it to 4 if we were to do a ranged weapon attack. And if we were to overtax it, we could get a lot more of those free dice if it's far away. Can also scale really well if you're like the archer or class, and you have a class ability to further increase your range as well. you can get some really high damage with that overtax. All right, so we moved there. I'm going to stay put, though, where I am. And then I'm going to roll. Oh, also, I gained. I think I forgot to be doing this. I do apologize. I'm trying to make sure I don't forget anything. And, of course, by doing that, I'm rushing past things. When I start my turn in magic form, I do gain a tenacity. So I just gave myself that tenacity now. Okay. And I'm trying to like keep track of like multiple characters, things like that. So I do apologize for people watching. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just roll both of my force shock dice. Now, this could be a situation where it's like if we think we're going to do another battle back to back, not doing this might be a good call. But I think sort of looking where we're looking, we're probably thinking to ourselves, okay, we definitely want to hit up and in after this, or maybe do a string of peacefuls or something like that. So going out with a bang might not be a bad idea if you have planned a few days in advance. So we're going to roll these. All right, we do 2 damage and 2 damage, so a total of 4. So that is going to cut right through its defense and defeat it. Now, even though all of the enemies are dead and our objective was to sort of conquer, the battle does not end just yet. The battle only ever ends at the end of a round. This does mean that if you as a first player get the final kill, you're not going to deprive the other players in your lineup from getting like their normal cooldown actions. Or if there were still chests to go get and you're like, okay, quick, desperately, everyone run to the chests to try and collect them. All right, so that is defeated there. Okay, so then I'm going to do my cooldown action. So I'll get these. I'll go back. And then now Nord's going to get a turn, but there's really nowhere to go or nothing to do. So it's mostly just to make sure you get that free cooldown. There we go. And then it's going to end. So this person is removed, but sort of set aside because this is the cliff racer and the other side is like a grizzly. Can only really be brought in by the warden. So if, as a warden player, just sort of keeping this chip nearby, you're the only one who's going to actually need to be able to use it. Okay, so we clean up the battle. We go ahead and put ourselves back. Now, things like tenacity do not decrease. You get to keep that. It carries over from battle to battle. If you were to have any bonus HP, that would be lost. So bonus HP is sort of like a separate health pool that doesn't go under your chip. It just goes sort of near your character mat. And it's kind of like a buff HP that would get removed before any of your real health gets removed. Once again, though, true damage will bypass buff HP or bonus HP. But it's all removed at the end of battle. If you have any skill dice in your active slots, those would become exhausted at this time. And if you had any drained dice, those would be recovered at this time. All right, so then we're going to go ahead and take a look here because we're going to gain our rewards. So based on our quest step here, our rewards is 2 experience. So I'm going to go ahead and increase the experience tracker then up to 5. And then we both gain 2 XP. And then we're going to move on to the gaining advancements part of the reward step. So this is where we can train some dice. So for our Argonian here, I'm going to go ahead and train this other intimidating presence die so that we can hopefully start taking some turns for level 5s. Because if we were able to do that last game and we could actually poison the Dunmer Bandit, that could have been huge. Or if we get into larger things, we can use the Voroplasm to use poison on a level 10 or a level 20. So even if it's like likely I'm not going to be able to get to take a turn for a level 10, taking a turn for the right level 1 or level 5 can be huge. Okay, so that was 1 XP, and then I do still have 1 remaining. I am going to go ahead and spend... Where did my red dice go? Oh, I forgot to... Yeah, these should have been on cooldown. I forgot to put them back at me. I'm going to go ahead and spend 1 more on a extra combat skill. So just like that. So I'm back down to 0. Now, as far as our Nord goes, I'm going to have him go ahead and he's actually going to increase his cooldown. So cooldown costs the amount that you're increasing it to. Of course, on the final version, or the more relevant, accurate version, it does have the numbers here. So it essentially is like, yeah, if you want to go up to 3 cooldown, that costs 3 experience to do so. So we're going to spend all 3 of that XP to increase the cooldown up to 3. All right, so we did our advancements. Neither of us have been able to advance our classes yet because the sorcerer needs to have 4 magic weapons in their inventory, and the warden needs to defeat a level 10 or 20 enemy with either the cliff racer or the grizzly. So you need to sort of use your animal companions to get a last kill on some nasty units in order to level up. So we didn't get to do that. We are going to track, like sort of do the quest tracking steps. So because we finished step 1, we now get to go ahead and read step 2, which is says a representative of the guild arrives, so some of the flavor text. Now, special setup instructions. Place a blue NPC marker on Alton Coromon. So we can actually remove the one we just fought, and then we're going to place a new one on Alton Coromon. So it's kind of the same thing. There are these groups of beasts roaming around, but the beasts are going to get harder and harder each time. Their effects that they get nastier, and things like that. And before we ultimately have to fight up against a quest unit that's sort of like this really big corrupted creature, as we're discovering more and more about why are these animals like this? Who is doing this as we progress through the quest. So that tells us what to do and where we would need to go next. And then it does tell us recommended by day 8. So that's getting pretty closer to the end of the quest here. So, even if we can't read ahead, that day 8 thing is like, okay, all right, we have a little bit more time to spend. Maybe we could go complete some side quests, go to more towns, try to get more trainers. We know we have some of that time. All right, so we close that up. And then we move on to the Adventurer's Rest phase. So if we wanted to trade any loot, but more importantly, we get a chance to both heal for 1, which we both can do. And then we can recover any 1 die from our cooldown. So, if we're planning on doing another battle shortly after this, it might be a good idea to take back one of these skill dice that's way at the end of this long fatigue cooldown. Or I might just be like, you know what? I'm going to get rid of this Bane die so I don't have to deal with that. All right. And then, because we did not draw a peaceful encounter, we're also going to need to consult the icon from the top peaceful encounter, which actually is no icon at all, which means the NPCs aren't going to move and the weather's not going to change. And then we move on to the next day. So we increase it to day 4. And then I'm going to just have us go to a town to we can see how an inn could work. So I'm going to have us move. So it's rainy, so our movement is still stuck at 2. So 1, 2. But we could take some light fatigue to push ourselves further. And if we're going to an inn, we're planning on getting rid of that anyway. So we're going to go the extra 2 to move to Gideon. Now, this is something where it's important to kind of look ahead and understand what the towns can what you can expect from towns. Because I know in Black Marsh in particular, there is a good chunk down here at the lower end of the map where there are no inns, or the inns have very specific requirements, like if it's, it's only available if it's sunny because you're essentially just camping in the marsh. Things like that. All right, so we moved to Gideon. We both took the light fatigue. So, Gideon. All right. So, it's got the city effect. After an adventurer trains a new skill, discard all trainers and draw up to full. So, this is something where if you don't, let's try that here. So, we're going to have 4 trainers. So, we've got Shadow, Bow, Acrobatics, and another Shadow. So if we're looking at that and being like, okay, if our Nord player is looking at those options, it goes like, oh man, I don't like any of those. But our Argonian is like, oh, well, I kind of like Shadow. I could make use of Shadow. This is a city effect where it's like, all right, well, as the Argonian player, I'll go ahead and grab that Shadow and train it. And now all of these will reset. So then we draw back up to full. So not only does it get a new selection, but it also goes back up to 4 now. And now our Nord is like, ooh, okay, heavy armor, that makes sense for me. I think I'll take that. And then they'll take it. And then that would reset again because you can visit the trainer as both of your town actions. So even if you're playing solo and you get a pool and you're like, ooh, I like one of those, but that's about it. You could train it and then be like, ooh, now this new one popped up. I actually want to double train. So I'm going to go ahead and reset that though, and just say that's what's there. I'm going to finish setting up the rest of this town. So we've got 5 common items, or 5 common equipment.
Might be worth mentioning that you can't double skill.
Correct. Yes, you cannot double skill, so you cannot have 2 of the same skill line, which that might influence some alterations to rules for solo. Currently, we have it that no matter the player count, there are still doubles. But for solo, we might have that scaled back where it's like just the ones. But that's still to be determined. That is not finalized. All right, and then 1 legendary. Now, I'm going to go ahead and just real talk about stealing from shops. So stealing from shops is meant to be quite difficult if you do not have these skills and abilities to help you out. It works the same as normal lockpicking, except for you use this diagram instead of whatever's on the top card. With the exception that you only get 1 attempt, and you don't get to use fatigue to alter it. So if you are not equipped, if you do not have skills, if you do not have class abilities, all of these things or items to help you out, it is a total gamble. Is very, very difficult. You essentially have to get just really lucky. Now, granted, these ones will have this first, it'll sort of have the same icon, so that's like the first one you have to lock in before you can then use that die for something else. But yeah, so it's very challenging. It doesn't cost a town action though. It's free to do, but if you fail, you lose a town action. So once you start getting into a build where you're like, okay, yeah, I can lockpick from towns. I have a bunch of dice that help me with lockpicking. I have class abilities that give me bonuses for lockpicking. I've got all of these different things. You can get some pretty good consistent value from stealing from shops because essentially it's like a bonus free item just for going into town. But neither of us are sort of prepared for that, so it's definitely like, ooh, that would be just too much of a risk. Okay, so then we do still have, we got the trainers, we got the quest board, we have the egg and hammer in, and then we also have a town square ability where you can gain 3 tenacity. So you spend a town action to go visit the Temple of Dibella to gain 3 tenacity, which I think we're going to have both of our characters visit the inn. So, in fact, actually, you know what? I'm not going to have I don't think our Nord needs to visit the inn. I think he's looking okay. Instead, we're going to have the Nord visit the temple. So gain 3 tenacity. So 1, 2, 3 to get up to 4 tenacity. And then for the other action, we're going to go ahead and we're going to pick up the Void. No, we're going to do the Claymore of the Crucible. So we got the Claymore of the Crucible. And that's going to be another weapon, which helps us with our Reveler race ability. Like the more weapons we have in our inventory, the better this ability is going to be. So we're going to pick that. Those are our 2 actions. Our Argonian here is going to visit the inn, so we get to fully clear our cooldown. And then these will recover. And then we also get to heal for full, which is 1 additional health. Like that. And for the additional action, we're going to go ahead and take the Oak Lightning Staff, try and build some progress towards our Sorcerer requirements to upgrade, but then also give us some additional help with rolling magic dice. All right, so those are our 2 town actions. Like that. And then we move on to end of day, so we take a look at what the encounter symbol is. All right, so the encounter, it's going to set it to sunny. And then NPCs are going to move 4 hexes. And they're the beasts, so they're going to move 3, which is 1, 2, 3. They're going to move here. And if they ever can't move because there's like a wall there, they're going to just stop. So they're just hanging out in the percolating mire. Right. Goes to the bottom. And then we move on to sort of end of day. So even when you visit an inn, even when you go to a town, you still have that end of day rest. Which case, though, everyone's like healed to full, but our Nord here can go ahead and recover that 1 die. So that can actually sort of partially play into your decision to, even after a big battle, why you might not want to go to a town. Because if it's looking like, oh, well, I just have some light fatigue, that's it. You know, it'd be like, well, we can just take a couple days and it'll be gone by the end of it. Whereas if you have a really full cooldown with a lot of fatigue, a lot of like over fatigue, a lot of status dice, going to end to just get that nice reset can really help you make sure you're not spending too many days doing peacefuls and things like that. All right. So we end that day. We move on to day 5. And, you know, it's sunny, so now we can move up to 3 again. And we're going to go ahead over here to Xanathar's Abbey, because I want us to show how a delve will work. So I'm going to just make sure, I'm going to look ahead here and fudge this deck so I can show off the rules for a delve. All right. So when we go to a conflict deck, we draw the top conflict card. And it's a pirate's death for ye. So, of course, it's got the flavor text there. And then it's got options. So I could be mistaken. There might be a couple of exemptions for this. But for the most part, anytime you draw a delve card, which is going to be marked by this symbol telling you, hey, this is a delve, there's usually going to be a non-delve option as well. Usually like just a peaceful, all right, you can leave it alone. Because delves are meant to be sort of a very challenging, push your luck kind of encounter, where you're going to be exploring a sort of ever-evolving, randomly generated delve, which has great potential for big rewards. You can get a lot of equipment. You can get up to 4 experience points in them. A lot of great things, but they're also oftentimes really challenging. You're never quite sure what to expect. A lot of enemies will be spawning. A lot of negative effects will be going on. And it could completely like defeat you. Now, if you still manage to like gain some experience, it's not going to be a total loss. But oftentimes, if you're unprepared for a delve, you might find yourself burning through all of your equipment, completely just exhausting all of your skills, only to still end up dying, in which case you have to go through the whole process of what happens when there's a party defeat, where you only just get to recover up to like 1 health. You just sort of do the natural end of day stuff. You're forced to go back to like the closest town, and you can lose a lot of progress that way. So they are risky. And even if you complete them halfway and you get some of the benefits, it might still set you back. So that's why there's always like a peaceful option. So if you draw a delve at the wrong time and you're like, oh no, I was hoping for a clash or something, we can't do this, there's usually going to be a way out. And so we can choose to follow this map to the Underground Horde. All common chests will instead be legendary. If the weather is currently flooding, set the round counter to 2. So essentially the rain is pouring in and this cavern is flooding up. So it's like, we're going to get to over fatigue a lot faster. But it's currently sunny. It's a nice day, so we don't have to worry about that. And then the other option is we could choose instead, someone hardier than you would pay good money for a map like this. Each adventurer may draw the top card of have the same symbol, the common deck. And we would still gain 1 XP. But I want to show off how delves work, so we're going to jump right in. All right, main thing to know about delves. You do not need this giant clash mat. Instead, just have this little entrance tile for now. I'm going to check in with Andrew here, see if there's any questions at the moment, though.
Nothing rules related.
Okay. All right. So we got ourselves our entrance tile. And then we're going to be using this delve deck once we get started. But same thing with any kind of battle setup. You can start like, all right, what battle form do I want to be in? And so I think we're going to just have it where they are. And then same thing as before. Person with the highest stamina is first player. Party decides to break ties. So I'm going to have us set up. Now, you'll notice that this has this little sort of doorway icon. That was not really used during a clash. They're only used during delves. And that is essentially an explorer token. The moment an adventurer is placed or moves onto that spot, you can explore the next delve in the delve, explore the next tile. And so that means if it's the very, very start and you're just placing it, if you don't want to start the delve, like maybe you want to prime some skills before you start spawning enemies, you could have everyone spawn on these back tiles. But typically, you're going to have to, or want at least somebody, to go there, in which case that is going to just immediately reveal the next tile. So when we explore, we draw a tile, it is going to tell us what size, I'm going to put this in close up, it's going to tell us what size of a tile we need. So there's going to be 4 different delve tiles, 3 of each, except for the really, really big one. There's only one of the big one. So it tells you which. You should have these face down in sort of like, you don't know which one you're going to draw. So you just sort of randomly draw the next one. It's going to tell you if any chests spawn. So whether it's a common chest. Now this is a common, but because of our delve card, all commons are going to instead be legendary. It'll tell you if any enemies spawn. So to show an example of what it looks like when enemies do spawn, here's an example here. So you look at the number of adventurers. So we're 2 adventurers. And that means we're going to only spawn 1 level 5. Now, these enemy spawns are still going to be capped by the current enemy pool, which our enemy pool currently is 5 times 2, so 10. So if this was, for example, this 5 was instead a 20, that couldn't spawn because that's higher than the current enemy pool. So it instead dropped down to the next available one that could spawn. So that would drop down to a 10 in that example. But keep in mind, though, the enemy pool resets every room. So while these, it's probably rare for these cards to actually not, to exceed the enemy pool. You're going to be spawning up to an enemy pool's worth of enemies in each new room. Now, of course, they might not always actually have that many, or they might not have any enemies at all. So that's where some of the luck comes into play, or making sure you're playing as a class that has benefits for delves. The way you can actually draw 2 and pick one to keep, or you can do things upon revealing delves. There's a lot of classes and items that can help you out in this situation as well. But we went ahead and drew the suspicious pond. And as far as some other things to sort of keep an eye out, as far as iconography goes, there are a few different kind of things to look for. So if you ever draw one and it has this sort of blue icon here, this is what's called a sky shard. And sky shards are essentially how you gain XP in a delve, and also how you know when the delve is fully cleared. So when you draw a sky shard, that is going to be set aside, and the first time an adventurer moves into that and sort of ends in that tile, the party gains that sky shard. And that's going to represent an XP that you're going to earn, regardless of it's successful or not. You're still going to, you've locked that in, you're like, cool, we've got it. So even if you have a full party wipe, you'll still at least gain that XP. Additionally, when it's revealed, you'll have to trigger an effect depending on the sky shard that it is. So if this room, for example, was your first sky shard, you'd have to deploy a level 1 enemy on each other tile in play. Now that's tile, not hex. So if you built a long delve and you hadn't actually managed to do that, and then if it was the second one, you'd have to put a 5 on each other tile. And if it was your third one, if this was your final sky shard, you'd have to deploy a level 10. So you can never get more than 3 sky shards. And once you do, nothing can be explored. Essentially, you have completely explored the delve, in which case now your goal is just to get out and survive. So that is blue. Blues are going to be like sky shard effects. Reds over here are traps. So the first time an adventurer walks into that room, you have to resolve the trap. It works the same way as like a lockpicking encounter. And if you're successful or unsuccessful, you'll resolve the effect, and then you can just discard the card. And then greens are like environmental. So these are going to be constant effects. So you're going to want to keep that card nearby the tile in question, because that's going to be constant. Whereas these other two, once you resolve their effects, you can discard them, as long as you have a way that you're tracking how many sky shards you've gotten. And then some cards might just have a when revealed, so that's just when it's revealed, do the effect. All right. So we did reveal that one, which is the circle, I don't know, shape. Where? I set them on the floor? Oh, wow. Yeah, I did. Sorry about that, folks. I had to find where I put them. So these ones are just paper because we did update what they look like, but of course these will be neoprene as well. All right, so when you explore, you get to choose how this rotates. However, there are some rules regarding it. You have to have one of these explore tiles be connecting to the explore tile you're exploring from. So we are exploring from this tile, which is sort of a shared one. So, you know, if we spawned there, we would explore from there. But we're here. So we can't do something like this because this is not matching with the hex we're actually in. But we could do something like this if we wanted to. Now the other restriction is there has to be a freestanding explore token in the room you're spawning. And that's to just make sure that you're not locking down the delve. Because the moment one of these becomes adjacent to another explorer token, it's essentially turned off. It's now no longer in effect. You can't explore. So I can't like move into here and then explore this way. I have to go all the way over here. All right, so this is our suspicious pond. And I'll say it does look mighty suspicious with the lava. All right, so we're going to spawn. No enemies are going to spawn. If enemies did spawn, they'd spawn on these little helmet hexes. And they spawn on the furthest away from you first and then towards you. And then it is going to spawn a chest, but because of our delve card, it's going to spawn a legendary chest. All right, now it does have an ongoing effect. When an adventurer ends their turn on this tile, heal them for 2 HP and roll a d6. On a 1 or a 6, deploy an enemy on the closest available hex. Enemy level is based on party size. So it has a nice healing effect, but there's a chance enemies are going to just keep spawning in this room. All right, so we revealed that, and now we got to also put down our Nord fellow. And so we can go ahead and get started. So round 1. All right, so I'm going to have us go 1, 2, and I know we've had bad luck in our experience. Oh, also too, this is a case where having an inventory and battle slots is important. I am going to make sure that this Stinkhorn tonic, which has already been expended, is face down and tapped in my pack. That does mean I have a spot ready and available in my ready slots to pick up an item. I'm not going to do that with our Argonian, though. I'm going to just have it still be the same. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and lockpick this, which this is a legendary. Now you'll notice it has 4 numbers on it, but there's only 3 dice. And that is because we need to lock that number in first before we can lock in these other 3. And once we have locked in that one, then that die becomes available for re-rolling and for slotting. So we have 4 attempts. So we need a 4, 3, 1, and 5, but we need that 4 first. Perfect, we got the 4. So we can lock that in. We can put that 3 in, and we got the 5. Now, if this was also a 4, you still couldn't just immediately slot it. This one does have to actually be reused. All right, so we're on attempt number 2. Okay, got a 4. Attempt number 3. And attempt number 4. Oh, look at that. There we go. We finally got lucky. All right, so we get this. We got ourselves a Conjurer's Potion, but we don't have any place to put it at the moment, so it is going to go into our pack. But still really good to collect all of this stuff because then you can redistribute your build. There's also enemies that have a skill like Steal, which is when they attack you, you have to discard something. So making sure you have abundance of items you don't maybe care as much about is good because that kind of protects the items you care more about.
Could you have readied that as you acquired it? Could you swap out of it?
That is a good question that at this exact moment, I think there is still an ongoing discussion, and it is currently being commented on in our working rules doc. But that will be finalized momentarily. So for any playtesters who are watching this in the future, make sure to check that section in the rulebook. That will have the definitive answer there. And in case that didn't get picked up, the question was, can you, essentially when you pick something up and you don't have a ready slot for it, can you move something else to your pack to then make sure it's ready? So still in discussion at the time of recording this, but should be resolved soon. Okay. So that was 2 movement. I do still have 1 more movement. So I say, let's go ahead and just keep exploring. So we're going to do this And we're going to flip. Hey, perfect. We got ourselves a sky shard here. So we'll just need to make sure we actually get into this place. And then we can start getting XP. So each adventure at or above their HP takes 2 true damage. Oof. That is rough because we are both at our... wait, what? Each adventure at or above their HP. Oh, HP stat. Right, stat. Okay. All right, yep, so we both take 2. And, like, part of the above is... I think the above might be a little bit of a relic because it's not meant to include bonus HP unless it said it includes bonus HP. But there was at point some features that said you can gain this HP. It exceeds past your attack stat. Or, excuse me, past your health stat. We nixed all of that, converted it all entirely into, no, it's just bonus HP. Just to make sure it's consistent. All right, so sadly we do take that. Now, okay, so where is this going to go? We get to choose how we orientate this. It's going to spawn 2 enemies. Oh, and it does have the enemy pool. It's going to spawn 2 level 5s, which does fit in our enemy pool of 10. I think... Ooh, do like that. Create a choke point. That might be risky. That might... no, we're going to do this. We're going to do this for now to keep it open. Because even though this is where the Explorer is, the moment hexes are adjacent, they're connected. So even though there's no Explorers going on here, these are still all connected. They are considered separate tiles, though, which now that we are seeing our first instance of a 3-tile battle mat, there is a rule in this game that becomes relevant, and that is regarding range restrictions and enemy activation restrictions, which I will show off once I actually populate these enemies here. So sadly, no chests spawn, and then we have to spawn 2 level 5s. So the first one's going to spawn on the further one, which we've got ourselves a skeleton mage. Like that. And then we've got a Hackwing Swarm, which has everyone's a favorite skill, Elusive. Oh, actually, that's not too bad. So just to go over what these enemies have, we've got the Skeleton Mage with Recover 2, which is this unit gains number of HP up to full at the start of its turn. And then it also has Divert, which is, once again, the one where it cannot lose its last HP unless it was already at 1 HP prior to taking damage. So that's a pretty nasty combo, because if you get it down to 1, but then you don't have another engage to finish it off, it'll heal 2, and then you have to get it back down to 1 again. Over here we have the Hackwing Swarm, which has Elusive, which is this unit can only be damaged, including true damage, by units that were adjacent to it at the start of this turn. So it's not adjacent, like it's not you have to be adjacent to damage it. It's you have to have already been adjacent to it at the start of the current turn. And that's turn, not round. So my next turn, I will be able to damage it. But no, there is no way I can have our Nord here damage this Hackwing Swarm. And then the other one is Native, which is once again the Weather Vane. So it's exhausting skills depending on the weather. All right, so we revealed them. So now I can go ahead and take my engage. Oh, yes, I want to talk about range restrictions and whatnot. So now that we have 3 tiles, there's a range and activation restriction, and that is enemies will not activate unless there is a party member in their current tile or in a connecting tile. So if I was all the way back over here, adjacent or connect? Oh, I guess connect. Yeah, I should say adjacent. Yeah, I meant yeah. I guess yeah, because connecting, they are connected in that regard. But okay, so in our so if we were all the way over here, if I managed to just sprint back and be like, you know what, I don't want to deal with these guys this turn. Let's go back. Let's heal. Let's regroup. These enemies will not activate. Enemies will only activate if there is a party member in their current tile or in an adjacent tile. Additionally, for things like range, you cannot ever shoot through an adjacent tile. You can shoot something in your tile, and you can shoot something in an adjacent tile, but you can't shoot through one. So if this Skeleton Mage had a range of like 7, and wanted to go for our Nord here, still completely out of range. The skeleton mage would have to move into this spot here to ever be able to hit this person, regardless of range stat. So range is one of those things that's really powerful in a clash, but once you get into the tight claustrophobic quarters of a delve, its usefulness can stop pretty quick. Like, you probably don't need much higher range than like 4 in a delve. And then enemies that have super high range stats are not going to be nearly as powerful in a delve as they would be in a clash. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do my engage here. Now, I am in magic weapon, which means I could go ahead and roll my magic dice, but because of elusive, I didn't start this turn adjacent to the Hackwing Swarm. So I can't even damage it. But I can use my intimidating presence dice. So there's a chance I can roll a 5, get this Hackwing Swarm to take a move over to here, and maybe hit that skeleton mage. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So even though I'm in magic weapon battle form, these skill dice do not require a battle form. So they can be rolled in any battle form. And they're going to use stamina. But anyway, so I'll give them a roll. All right, so I did mention, and I mentioned this before I rolled this, so let the record state that this 3 is actually going to be a 4. And it's specifically to make sure that you can actually get a 5. Otherwise, a 3, if you do the math, with there only being 2 of that dice, a 3 doesn't actually do anything. So, just wanted to say, we established that way before. You can scroll it back. So that is a 4. It's going to be a 4. And that's a 1. So that's a total of 5, which means I can now take a turn for an adjacent enemy whose level is equal to or less than the total persuasive will value rolled. So with that being a 4 and a 1, it's a 5. So we can go ahead and take a turn for this guy. So we're going to have him move like this, and then he's going to attack the skeleton mage. All right, that's 3 damage. It's got the 1 defense, so 2 HP lost. All right, now these are drained, so I do not get them for the rest of the battle, unless I had something that let me recover drained dice. Okay, and because I have already taken a fair amount of damage, I'm going to heal, though, because of the suspicious pond. I'm going to still just be prepared and build up some defense. And because the weather is not rainy, I'm not worried about the Hackwing Swarm exhausting both of my defense. So even just getting these 2. So, all right, I take a life fatigue to take an engage. I switch to defensive battle form so I can put these in my active slots when I roll them. Wow, all right. Okay. Gain of tenacity. And I guess I get to put one of those in there. There we go. Now, should I...
Latest question.
Yes.
Ranged, line of sight. There is no line of sight in the game. It is just spots.
Correct. Yeah, and that went through a number of iterations during the earlier spots because ultimately it's like any solution we were coming up for would require some level of like, okay, well, you need to draw a figurative line or you need to do these sort of things. And we just sort of found it could often, it clashed with the fun of and excitement of these sort of ever-evolving, changing delves. And that is where the sort of can't shoot through tiles kind of was sort of added to be like, okay, well, this is kind of like the line of sight in that regard. Like, you have a tile in your way. It's like, even if it's still a straight line, it's like, well, you got to shoot through a different room. And that room is sort of throwing it off.
And that applies to heroes and enemies.
And enemies, correct. All right. Okay, so do I have... I do have blood magic, which could let everybody heal to full. But since this room is just going to be healing us anyway... I'm going to go ahead and spend my surge. So I'm going to do my surge. I'm going to spend 1 tenacity to trigger surge. And then I'm going to spend an additional 2 tenacity to recover then 2 dice. I'm going to do it for my own cooldown. Okay. And then I'm actually then going to take another engage and roll this one more time. There, ooh, there we go, 2. Excellent. Okay, then I'm gonna end my turn. So I'm going to recover. And because of this card here, I get to heal for 2, but then I have to roll a d6. All right, we got a 3. It needed a 1 or a 6, so we're good. No enemy will spawn. Okay, then it's over to our Nord friend here, who is going to, let's see here. I don't think I can really do much damage on this turn. So, because of the 2 movement, and then 2 range, so I couldn't really hit the Hackwing Swarm because of elusive. In which case, I am going to stay put. I'm going to use 1 tenacity to spawn our diving Cliff Racer, or lovingly known as Clifford, on an adjacent hex. And this is going to be good because once Clifford takes their turn, is going to be adjacent to the Hackwing Swarm and will therefore be able to get through elusive. All right, and I think that's going to be it. I'm not going to roll any dice because I want to just get rid of this cooldown here. Get rid of these fatigue. Just like that. Okay, so now did end my turn in there, so I heal for 2, and then I have to roll another d6. That's a 5, so we're still good. Okay, now Companion's turn, so Clifford can get to go. And we could still have Clifford move up, and I think we're gonna do that. Yeah, we're gonna do that for now. All right, so 2 combat dice against the Hackwing Swarm, and we got 2. There we go. All right, now enemies are gonna go. So enemies are gonna go by highest level to lowest level. Now these are both 5s though, so if there's a tie, they're gonna go by highest range first to lowest range. And if there is still a tie, then the party gets to choose. Okay, so the Skeleton Mage is gonna go first because it has the range of 2 as opposed to the 1 of the Hackwing Swarm. It can already hit somebody, plus it would be blocked anyway, but it's got the range of 2, so just Clifford, it's gonna go for Clifford. It is gonna heal for 2 though, at the start of its turn. So sadly, I was not able to get much value from taking that turn with the Hackwing Swarm, in which retrospect, I probably should have saved those dice for a little bit later, but I wanted to show it off. So, all right, it's gonna roll 3 then against Clifford. And that kills Clifford. All right, now this is when my Warden skill my innate skill could trigger. So the Warden has an innate skill, which is when a Beast Companion is defeated, heal for 3 HP. However, I am at full HP. But if I was on my Master side, it would be when a Beast Companion is defeated, heal 3 HP, and move up to 4 hexes. So it kind of gives you a nice little like rush, a surge to heal, and then also get closer into the fight. But I'm still on our Novice side. Okay. Also, I realize I was going to show off our side quest thing, which I forgot to do.
You don't have the rat one.
What? I do have the rat one. I took the rat one. I know. I took the rat one because I was like, oh, I'm going to show this off. But then I got so focused on making sure I got the rules for delves clear, which in retrospect is probably good. I think it's better to teach the base rules. So I'm going to just teach the base rules and not worry about the side quest because it would have been too much to also add this side quest. So we're going to just say this was intentional. All right.
Is the side quest optional to implement? Or is it just in your next delve? Just
you can choose to discard a side quest. So if you didn't want to do it. Or in this case, if you started it and you forgot you were going to do it, then it'd be like, oh, well, shoot, we can't complete this. So you discard it.
You said, I don't want to hurt no rats.
I don't want to hurt no rats. Okay. So enemies go. So the Skeleton Mage went, and now the Hackwing Swarm is going to move. Now here is a situation that we can kind of. Oh no, we can't. I was going to say we can manipulate the enemy placing to make sure it places in a spot where it can't hit both of us. But it actually wants to go towards the weakest, and since we're the same distance apart, that's going to be our Nord friend here. So it's going to go for the weakest. And that actually does sadly mean it places itself in a spot where both of us are going to get hit. All right, so it's going to roll its 3. Okay, thankfully our Nord friend did not die. It does take 3 damage. And now this is a situation where as the Argonian, I will have to exhaust one of these because of native. So I'll exhaust that one. And then I'll exhaust this one to block up to 2 of the damage, which means I only then take 1. Okay. And then that moves on to round 2. All right. Is there any questions in chat at the moment? Okay. All right. So we move on to round 2. Now, there is one additional way in which you can explore delves, and it's a little bit safer. You can actually choose to forego your movement if you want to instead explore up to your stamina away. So it's essentially like you are moving, but you're not. You're using the same stat and everything. So I have a stamina stat of 3. There is this occupied Explore X. And this is also a good option too if, like for example, in this case, the Skeleton Mage is blocking the way forward. Rather than trying to go and kill it, I could explore from where I am. So I'm going to give up. I would give up my movement, which, you know, is pretty costly because that's going to mean I can't use my magic to hit this. But because this Hackwing Swarm moved up, I think it works out. So I'm forgoing my move action for this turn. I also do gain a tenacity because, oh, I know I don't because I didn't switch back. Never mind. Finally, I was like excited to do that, and then I realized I'm not in the right battle form. Okay, so I'm going to forgo my movement, and I'm going to explore. It's 3 hexes. It says 1, 2, 3. It's 3 hexes away, so I'm going to explore that and draw the next card. So it's a Narrow Causeway, which does have an ongoing effect. Only one adventurer can occupy this tile at a time. Now, here is something where you can sort of help out. So like this guy's blocking the way forward, but because I explored this from a distance, I can place this in such a way where he's no longer blocking the way forward. So I could do something like this. Now all of a sudden, cool, he's not blocking the path because these are connected. Okay, so it does spawn a chest, which because due to the encounter card is going to be a relic, or excuse me, a legendary. And then it's going to spawn a 5 and a 1. All right, so we've got ourselves a Breton Marauder. And they spawn on the furthest ones first. So the furthest one for me is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are equal distance, so I'm going to place it there. And then the next farthest is going to be that one. And then we got ourselves a wolf. Okay. So that's there. All right. So I did that. I forgoed my movement. I'm then going to take my first engage. So remember, the first engage you take on your turn doesn't cost any light fatigue. And part of that engage is switching battle forms. So I'm going to take my first engage. For that engage, I'm going to switch to magic weapon. And just because I really want to make sure this Hackwing Swarm doesn't get an extra turn, I'm going to roll both of these to try and ensure I kill it. And yeah, good thing I did, because I rolled that miss. So I deal 2 damage to it, so I do kill it. And then I also gained a tenacity. All right. I really, yeah, see, this is where, like, understanding your class can be really important too, because I'm constantly looking at, like, that exploitation tenacity. But because it's based on my range, which it requires me being in magic, is only at 2. So increasing my magic up to 3 at some point would have been a really good idea to help me get more use out of these class abilities. All right, and I'm going to end my turn because I cannot move because I foregoed my movement to instead explore from a distance. All right, and then we're going to bring over to our Nord friend here, who I think he's going to move up. Oh, there's a part of me wants to. Okay. All right, so we're going to move up. To there, and we're going to go ahead and roll one of these and one of these. And since we're only rolling one, we're going to set it to 1 and have it deal true damage. Actually, no, we're not going to do that because hopefully, if we can break through the defense, we might be able to get a lucky 2 and actually end up dealing more damage. Which, yeah, there we go. So, because otherwise this would have just bounced off the defense, but now we cut through the defense and then deal 2 damage instead. Like that. This goes to the active, this goes to cooldown. We're going to do that again. So I do take a light fatigue to take that additional engage. Also, when I did step in here, well, once I end my turn here, so yeah, I'll get this Sky Shard. Oh, you're right, because of my Argonian. Good catch. Good catch. Which case, we're good. We're good. All right. I forgot if I rolled these or not, so I'm going to just re-roll them. Oh, wow, that's rough. Well, actually, okay, so I get 2 tenacity. I am going to...
Also, I was thinking, I'm just going to answer this thought about adding a critical miss, critical hit deck. Feel free to bring that up in any of our live Q&As where we talk about development, discussion, any of that. I will say any discussion about adding things to this game is likely going to fall on deaf ears because there is an immense, like, I can't stress enough how much stuff is in this game, and I think people who want to add stuff to it don't understand the sheer you will never get through it concept of this game. Like, there's so
you
much
don't know that.
In it.
You can't say that.
I can say that.
You don't know how they what they
95% of people who play this game.
All right. Okay. So let's see here. I'm going to then. I'm gonna spend 5 fatigue to summon our Grizzly, who I have lovingly nicknamed Jarl Beargruff. And Jarl here not only does 3 damage, but also has the great skill called Maim, which Maim is add a Maim status die to target unit. And what Maim statuses do is they reduce the the total rolled damage from like combat skills by half. So that's really good to get him to like hit a high damage unit because they're going to essentially deal half damage.
Rounded where, Salem?
Rounded down. Yay. All right. Now I am going to actually, so I did that. I'm going to still take 1 more engage. And I'm going to use my Reveler battle, my class ability, or race ability, I should say. So once per battle, add 1 free combat skill to your attack for each weapon type equipment in your inventory. And I'm going to go for the Skeleton Mage. And I have to deal 3 damage. I could overtax my Iron Dagger to ensure it's true damage, which seems like overkill, especially because I can't kill it because of Divert. But I really want to make sure I get into a place where Jarl can kill it. So I'm going to overtax my weapon. So this is all going to be true damage. Did you catch on camera? Did you? What camera are you in? What camera? Can you see these dice? You can't see them, right?
Are you trying to cheat and wondering if I'm
Oh my gosh, that is rough. I want someone to do the quick math on this. So these are 1 out of 6 chance to miss. What's the chances I rolled 3 misses?
It's just 6 times 6 times 6.
What? No, it's 1/6 times 1/6 times 1/6.
Mm-hmm. So there's 6 results.
So it's what? 1 out of... I'm bad at math. I'm bad at math. All right, well, I gained a tenacity then. That was rough. That was really rough.
I heard that the chat saw nothing.
Oh, chat. Oh, is that what they said? Chat saw nothing? Wow, chat saw nothing. I forgot to roll.
Unrepresentative.
Okay, there we go. And it's true damage. So it's 2 true damage.
Yeah, it's a 1 in 216 chance.
What?
Yeah, 6 times 6 times 6.
Oh my gosh. Wow. All right. So not likely to happen, but can. It can, and it has.
Get good.
All right, so because I overtaxed my weapon, it is now discarded. So as opposed to like expended like potions and whatnot, no, it's just gone. I broke it. Okay, and then I'm going to end my turn, so cooldown. And because I'm ending my turn in here, we do gain a Sky Shard. So we're going to want to set that aside to track that we will gain 1 XP from this. Additionally, because this is our first Sky Shard, reduce all adventurers' tenacity to 0. So that roll wouldn't have even helped me, even for the 1 tenacity I rolled. All right.
Just a clarification
Yes.
for me and probably others.
Yep.
Do you just need to touch a Sky Shard tile to get the Sky Shard, or do you need to end your turn there?
End your turn.
Okay.
And I'm saying that, realizing that I might have that might be a disagreement. So playtesters, be sure to double check that with the rulebook. But that's what I'm trying to, yeah. This is me boldly stating on live stream
I
that.
do think it pushes you to be more uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You have to take time to pick up that Sky Shard.
All right. Okay, so now companions go. So Jarl, I'm just waiting. I'm going to like open the door at the end of the stream. And it's just like, you're fired.
Yeah.
Because of that delve decision you made on stream. All right, Jarl is going to go for the skeleton mage here.
I'm sure there's somebody in chat who would rehire you.
All right, perfect. So I got a miss, but I broke through the defense and dealt the 1 damage. And because of divert, it can lose that last health chip. All right, and it would have been maimed, but it's dead. So
Some would call that the ultimate.
it's the ultimate maiming. All right. Okay. And then that ends our companion's turn. So now enemies are going to go. So this Breton Marauder is going to go first. He's going to move just the 1 to get adjacent to Jarl. Now he has a skill called Enfeeble 2. Which, and also just another note to playtesters too, like some of these specific skills on these enemy chips might be outdated. So I can't imagine anybody would be watching this and just perfectly memorize exactly what the Breton Marauder did, to the point that if they were to see it in playtesting, they ignore what's actually written and do what they remember. But figured I just should put it out there that this Breton Marauder in playtesting might not have Enfeeble 2. So just...
Yeah, I'll boldly state in general that if you are playtesting, you should go with what is written
Yeah.
what Salem is saying right now.
All right. Okay, so Enfeeble is after attacking, add number of light fatigue to target's cooldown. What's great here is our companion doesn't have a cooldown. So Enfeeble is not going to do anything. Same with the native, actually, because the native scales on active slots. There are no active slots on our companion. So Jarl Beargruff is the perfect candidate to go toe-to-toe with someone like the Breton Marauder. But it is still going to roll its damage. So 2 here. And that's 2 damage to Jarl. All right, and then we have the wolf. And the wolf is going to move up and has Riposte 1, which is sort of like when it's attacked, it hits back for the number, as long as it's not defeated. So that's a defensive skill, so that definitely won't trigger here. All right, so 2 dice as well. All right, thankfully, Jarl lives to fight another day. Okay, and then we move on to round 3. So we could, obviously, as a party, you could keep deciding, like, all right, let's keep pushing forward. Let's go more and more and more and more. But you can also choose to leave delves early. One way to do that is just if you have everybody at the entrance tile, at the end of a round, you're like, all right, let's get out of here. Doesn't matter if there's still enemies on the board. Doesn't matter if you haven't explored all the sky shards. If you're looking at it and be like, okay, this is looking dicey, you know, yes, we would still gain Sky Shard XP if we're defeated, but we would put ourselves in a bad spot. Maybe we would get sent to a town that's further away from where we want to go. We're also going to be really low HP, so if we get another battle, all those kinds of things. You know, so there might be those situations where you're like, okay, we don't want to keep going, let's just get out of here. So you can always escape early. You can also choose to sort of leave if there are no enemies on your current tile or an adjacent tile. The way I like to think about that is sort of like in those Elder Scrolls RPGs where it's just like you try to fast travel and it's like you cannot fast travel when there are enemies nearby. You're like, yep, there's a mud crab that's watching you with a really dirty look. You can't fast travel. You gotta resolve that dirty look. Did
you miss a lashback?
No, because the wolf. I haven't attacked the wolf yet. The wolf attacked Jarl. All right. So we could choose to keep going, or we could choose to be like, all right, let's try to get out of here. In which case, like, even just being in this tile would be safe because this is the connecting. However, it is at the end of the round, so what would likely happen is that one of these would defeat Jarl. And then the other one would move into this tile, and all of a sudden it's like, no, there's an enemy nearby. Plus, we could always spawn an enemy in this room. So if we were thinking like, all right, let's just try to get out of here, the best hope for us to be able to do that would probably be to move in here, take out these enemies, and then just leave. Because if we were to keep trying going this way, we could absolutely spawn another enemy in here, and then, you know, that could chase us and hurt us, and, you know, we could maybe get to the entrance tile okay. But a lot of things to consider. I think for the purposes, unless there's any questions, though, I might just go ahead and wrap this part up.
Did you explain that you get sky shards if you leave early, or just like
yes, yeah, you always get collected sky shards. So whether you leave early, you're defeated. This is essentially guaranteed XP. However, one thing you'll note is on the encounter cards that send you to delves, there is also an encounter reward. That is only if you successfully complete the whole delve. So that is where you can get up to 4 XP. So, you know, if you only find 1 sky shard and you leave, you only get 1 XP. If you find 2, you get 2. If you find 3, but you don't actually survive the encounter, you find the 3rd one and you all die, you'd only get that 3. But if you find all 3 and you successfully escape the delve, whether that's by defeating everybody and then just ending, or you find the right tile to escape from, or you go back to the entrance tile, then you would get 4. So you can get all the way up to 4. But, you know, they can ramp up pretty quick. You can get really, like, you can draw a surprise delve tile that absolutely destroys, you know, what you've got. Like, for example, this suspicious pond, unless it's been changed, I'm pretty sure there is a card in here that tells you to fully populate enemies on the suspicious pond. So all of a sudden you're just like, oh, that was our safety net to heal, and now all of a sudden there's a swarm of enemies on there. So a lot of things to consider. So let's say these people were gone, and we're going to choose, all right, you know what? We're going to leave the delve. So we're going to just leave, and it's essentially cleaning up at like the end of any other battle. You put your characters back. This guy will get just removed. And then you gather up the Sky Shard cards that you collected. So we only gathered 1, so that's only going to give us 1 XP. So we increase our XP tracker by 1 up to 6, and then we give ourselves that 1 XP. And then the normal sort of end of battle thing. So drained dice, recover. Active dice, exhaust.
One last question. Yeah. RE delves before you leave them completely. Yep. You are capped at 3. Traditional delve.
Correct. You are capped at 3. So once you have revealed the 3rd sky shard, and some of these cards will have 2 sky shards. So if you have only gotten 1 and you reveal that 2 and 3, that will be 2 and 3. But if you've already gotten 2 and then you reveal the double, it'll only really be 1. Okay. So it cannot go above 3 under any circumstances unless the encounter card or the encounter step says otherwise. For example, one of the Undaunted quests in Black Marsh, it asks you to do a 6 Sky Shard delve. Unless you do a optional thing, then you can actually do just a 4. And that's like part of the quest step. So that's very clear, spelt out, hey, this works a bit differently. But yeah, and then, so that means too, you can no longer explore the delve any further. So once you revealed that 3, all of the remaining explore tiles aren't going to do anything. They're going to just sort of be empty, no function hexes. All right, any other questions on delves here before I pack this part up and move on to some just remaining things?
I'm just unsure about the question. Oh, the lose criteria. Yeah. You lose the delve if all characters are defeated.
Correct, and that's the same with clashes too. So if you ever are in any kind of battle and all adventurers are defeated, it is a loss. And essentially what that means is if you have a full party wipe, you need to send your party marker to the closest town. So essentially it's just like, oh, you got wiped out and some concerned citizens brought you into town. And then it's pretty much you just have your normal end of day rest where you heal for 1 and you remove a die. So it can pretty harshly set you back, but it does put you in a town. So if you wanted to make sure to like rest up at an inn, now of course if you get sent to a town that doesn't have an inn, that's doubly bad luck. But you know, it puts you in a spot, but of course you don't gain like as much experience as you would like if it was a clash. You wouldn't gain any of that experience. It's only in delves that you can gain sort of partial experience. Which is nice because delves are meant to try and encourage you like, hey, go deeper, go deeper. And it's like, if you know you're not going to lose that XP, it doesn't feel as bad if you get to the second Sky Shard and then you're just destroyed. You're like, okay, well, we still got 2 XP. You know, it wasn't a total wash. As opposed to a battle, if you lose a battle, you know, you might get the equipment you got, but otherwise it's gone. All right, was there any other questions in chat about delves here? I'm going to probably move on to dungeons, and then I'll just probably talk about some more abstract stuff.
Yeah, I would say move towards wrapping up if you can.
Okay.
So, yeah, on to dungeons.
All right, so next I'm going to show off is the last battle type, which are called dungeons. Dungeons are only really going to be brought in by specific quests. So every region in the game has a designed dungeon, but you will not encounter it in every quest. In fact, it's usually going to be like just a couple of the quests that'll bring you to the dungeon. So these are essentially clashes that are given a little bit more extra like map presence, rules, functionality, and like, of course, theme and like that theme, because you're going to this important location in Tamriel. So the way to sort of, the way to know if you're doing a dungeon is a quest will tell you, hey, go to this location and initiate the region's dungeon. And they will usually share the name of the icon. So for example, for Black Marsh, the dungeon is Black Rose Prison, which is a named location on the map. Now, if you go to Black Rose Prison on the map and it's not a part of a quest step, you're just going there, you'll just draw an encounter like normal. But for quests like the Fighters Guild quest, it'll be like, hey, go this quest step, go to Black Rose Prison and initiate the dungeon. Now, at the front of every gazetteer is going to have the sort of the layout of the dungeon, of sort of what to expect, how to set it up. So we're going to go ahead and get this set up here as if we were doing a quest step. And I do just want to say as well, while I might be a bit crowded here on the map because we're like bringing a lot of components inwards to make sure they're all in frame. For anyone who's getting like the playmat and everything, all of these dungeons are intentionally being designed that they will fit on the allotted hex grid space that the playmat provides. So I just wanted to put that out there that, you know, if you got the playmat, yes, it will still hold all of these dungeons. You don't have to worry about the dungeons. It might not hold all the delves, but partially that's because you could really build out your delves however you want. Like if you wanted to just build your delve all the way going in a really weird direction like that, that's your call. But you might then need to be held responsible for what you did with it.
I'm a big fan of the dummy delve.
the dummy delve.
That's where you just go in one direction over and over.
Ah. Okay. I might not have something right here. What's going on? Do I not have that right? Oh, I see. I see what I did wrong. Okay, there we go. All right. So there's that. So once again, I do apologize. This might not all get into a nice looking frame for the camera's perspective. But that is because we do have a number of things and like the microphone and all that stuff. All right. Okay, so we have the map here set up currently, and then I'll go ahead and add the chests. Now, the thing to note about dungeons is they use the different tiles. So they use the entrance tile, they use the clash, they use the delve tiles, but the tiles themselves, like the icons on them, are completely ignored. You essentially treat every hex as if it's just an empty blank hex. And it is the the dungeon setup that tells you where do chests go, where do enemies spawn, where do all these spawn. So while I set these specific delve tiles up in this way, the actual tile itself, the art, the icons, is irrelevant. You could use any of them that you want. All right, so we've got those. Okay, and then you'll notice that this setup only has so much information. Like, it doesn't tell us what's going on with hex A, what's going on with hex B, what's going on with these stars. But that is where a quest step will fill in the gaps. So let's say we were doing the Fighters Guild quest, which is one of the quests in Black Marsh that takes us here. All right, Fighters Guild. Okay, so we have Fighters Guild step, and I think it's step 3. Yes, so step 3, it does say, so it says place quest enemy Xeric, who is one of our quest enemies in the game. And let's see, I don't want to spend too much time trying to find him if it's not super important that I get the right one. Yeah, here he is, okay. So it says place Xeric with no health on hex A. So that's probably not in frame, but it's up there in hex A. Place the Altmer Necromancer on hex B. So that would be, and I'm not actually going to spend the time looking for the Necromancer. I'll just sort of grab a guy. And so it's like place a special unit on hex B, which is here, you know. And then the rest of it will say, and populate the numbered hexes with enemy pool as normal, adding additional level 1 enemies as necessary until at least 6 of the hexes are occupied. So then you would just take your enemy pool, populate them on the numbered hexes as normal. So this, I just want to clarify, I did say the Altmer Necromancer did get health, whereas it specifically said Xeric did not. And that's going to be important here in a sec. And then it says, then populate the star spaces in prison cells with additional enemy pool worth of enemies. At least one enemy must be placed in each cell before a second enemy may be placed in a cell. Following normal Black Rose prison dungeon setup, all enemies in prison cells are deployed with no health and are inactive. If you have successfully recruited the cell swords, you may deploy one of them at the entrance cells at the start of the round. So that's an additional step. You can like recruit bonus cell swords in this quest step to help you with this. So essentially, not to spoil too much of what's going on in the different quests, but this is one we showed off during the campaign where you're sent to protect a prison from a prison break. And when you get there, you realize the prison break's already underway. The whole area is just flooded with people that are trying to break these prisoners out, which will become additional enemies you have to fight. So essentially, if you wanted to kill everybody, you'd have to kill 2 enemy pools worth of units over the course of the whole dungeon. But you're given your extra cell swords, and you can stop the enemy units from unlocking the cells. So as far as the rest of the dungeon setup goes, it'll also have special rules that are going to be true regardless of the quest that you're doing it for. For example, it has, and this is missing the additional line which has been added, that clarifies the cells, like the prison cells, are the 3 and 7 hexes. So it's like this 3, that 3, and the 7 in the corner are considered the prison cells. And so it says the cells cannot be entered into until the door has been unlocked. The door can be unlocked by performing a lockpick attempt while adjacent. Use the top item card to determine the lock's strength, then discard that item if successful. Units and cells will not activate until the cell door has been unlocked. Do not populate their health chips until the door has been unlocked to track. So that's how, so when you populate this, and that's why Xeric had said do not place health under Xeric, because in this specific example, Xeric is locked up and will not activate until that cell has been opened. Additionally, too, dungeons will usually have in their quest steps or in their base dungeon rules that the normal activation rules do not apply. So that's the whole, enemies won't activate if there isn't anybody in their tile or a connecting tile. That is usually going to be forgone for most dungeons. It'll tell you, in one of the rules, be like, hey, all enemies will always activate, with the exception of this one where it says enemies in locked cells won't activate. But for the most part then, besides some of those changes regarding activation rules, still has the range rules though, those are still in effect. Mostly plays out the same way as a clash. So rather than a delve where there's the added features of being able to explore and reveal new rooms, and the delve cards themselves, this is a lot more like a clash. It's just a really big clash with some extra mechanics going on and with extra tiles. Usually they're going to take a bit longer too, so that's why they're sort of tied into quest steps, so that we can make sure they're a part of a experience that's not going to take up too much time, because if you could just randomly keep getting put into dungeons, they're usually going to take longer than a normal clash, so that would really add to some of the length of time. So they're specifically part of these quests to make sure it's okay, hey, the rest of this quest is a little bit shorter than maybe others because we know it's going to end with a longer battle. But yeah, you would set up yourselves on the clash mat as normal, take out your turns as normal, and continue on. And there's also, because they're usually a little bit longer, there's usually some steps in the quests that'll tell you to reset the round counter or lessen the round counter, so that you're not going to be in those sort of over fatigue rounds as much, as if it was just no, it keeps going and you just have to beat the whole thing in 6 rounds or whatever. Like that. But yeah, so that's mostly how dungeons work. So very, very similar to it's a clash, but built with more tiles for the most part, with the quest giving additional instructions. Any questions in chat about anything of that nature?
Nothing rules related. We're going to do a final talk about playtesting once Salem is all done with this.
Yep.
So if you're wondering how to get into that, blah, 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 we will talk about it in that final go through once you are done with the rules.
Yep. So as far as some other just kind of concepts, because we've gone through the different battle types, we've gone through what a peaceful encounter looks like, what a town encounter looks like, what leveling up your character more or less looks like. There are still a few larger scale things I want to just make sure we chat about, which includes, this being a campaign. So if you fail a quest step, unless it specifically says otherwise, you still get to keep going. Now, it could be if for example, we fought those beasts. If I had failed to defeat those beasts, if we had a full party wipe, we wouldn't lose the quest. We would just have to go back and try and restart that quest step again. That being said, there are a number of quest steps that are pass-fail. It's sort of you have to beat this, otherwise you will fail the quest. And those are usually going to be the last step of the quests. And when you do that, you gain what's called a despair keyword. And so how keywords work is at the end of every session, you will gain a keyword, and it'll either be despair or one given to you by successfully succeeding in the quest. And you'll write that down in your journal. Then when you get to endgame, those keywords are going to help influence how the endgame is set up, what rules are prevalent in the endgame, and things like that. So you don't want despair. Despair is going to be not as good. And also, depending on when you're forced to lose that quest, if you do a quest step on day 10, and it's hey, if you fail this, you'll lose, you'll miss out on those 2 days that you could have otherwise spent getting additional XP, getting additional equipment, training, things like that. So you definitely want to try to avoid losing these quest steps at all costs. That being said, though, despair is a keyword. It'll really come down to the end game. They're not going to be as good, but it's not like the despair keyword is also meant to be an additional punishment. It's just meant to be like, okay, here you go. It can help you in end games. It might just not be as helpful as other keywords, but we're at the moment avoiding getting a despair being essentially a death sentence. That being said, though, if you fail both quests in a row, if you get 2 despairs, then you lose the campaign. Essentially, you just could not interrupt enough of Deslandra's sort of schemes, and she is just too powerful. Nope, she's already won, essentially. But you can fail one quest and still keep going. So after you have finished a quest, it's going to have a bit of an epilogue, and then that is going to sort of lead into both story-wise, like, hey, what is unresolved here? Like, we were just investigating a bunch of beasts, and the Mages Guild has been sort of like looking into it and it's discovered like, wow, these beasts seem to be infected by some kind of like suspicious element. Who made this? Where did it come from? And you find out more information. So in that epilogue, it'll give a teaser as to where this story is evolving into. And then it'll tell you some options as far as what you can take for your Session 2 quest. Now, options may fluctuate depending on certain things on how you ended the quest. Like, for example, if you did a prison break one and the prisoner escaped, it might give you a different quest than if you actually stopped the prisoner from escaping. But for the most part, every quest is going to give you 3 different options on where to go to. That's going to include staying in the same region, but switching to a different guild. So that'll be something like, hey, the Mages Guild found that there is this lab happening where they're making these strange concoctions and they're giving it to the beasts. We know the Outer Watch is going to be investigating those labs. Do you want to go and join the Outer Watch and continue this? It's essentially like, what's the evolving story in Blackmarsh? And do you want to continue it? You have to switch guilds, but do you want to keep going? The other option is going to be that you can stay with the same guild, but you go to a different region. So that'll be like, hey, Mages Guild recognizes your hard work in this regard, and they have something they want you to follow up on over in Cyrodiil. Head over to Cyrodiil with the Mages Guild and keep going there. Or, if you really want to shake it up, there'll oftentimes be an option for different guild and different region. Now, those will typically have the least amount of story connection because it's sort of like, all right, let's just get you out of there. But that's not always the case. For example, there might be that one where the prisoner escaped, and you're like, oh, shoot, the prisoner escaped. And you're like, hey, we heard the prisoner is in Morrowind, and we know the Dark Brotherhood is, like, we can get the Dark Brotherhood to sort of assassinate him. So then that option could be, you go to Morrowind, and you join the Dark Brotherhood. Now, that's not always going to be, like, 100% the case. Sometimes they might be a little bit more looser connections, and not always be a very, very clear, like, oh, yes, this is following the prisoner's story. Let's go assassinate him. But it's mostly there to provide you, be like, hey, are you finding that the sort of the vibe of this region and the vibe of this guild aren't quite matching with the character you're building? Here's an option that you can take if you want to sort of shake it up, do something totally different. That being said, though, if it's the end of Session 2, you will only have one option for your next quest, and that is going to be that region's endgame. So if you start in Blackmarsh, but then you move to Morrowind, you're going to do Morrowind's endgame. So the endgame is always determined by the region you did Session 2 in. And that's where you'll pick up the endgame. It'll be in the Gazetteer. You'll read through the quest. But depending on those keywords you've gained are going to change some things about the quest. And that's still pretty accurate to how we showed it off during the campaign. So if anybody wanted to go back and sort of rewatch those videos of Andrew Chesney and I going through the 3 sessions, and we did the endgame, the idea of how the keywords impact the endgame is still accurate. There's a lot of outdated stuff in that video, of course, but the idea of keywords and how they affect the endgame and what to expect, it's all still pretty accurate. Additionally, if you were to gain any sort of like miscellaneous keywords from encounters or quests, those would also possibly be relevant. Again, not 100% guarantee. You might not always be certain that a side quest is going to pay off in the end, but chances are it might give you an upper edge. All right, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that covers just about everything. Unless there are any questions, of course, in chat, or if Andrew, if you have anything you feel like I'm forgetting.
Does anyone have any final rules
We'll
questions?
do some final rules questions. Again, too, I just want to say for playtesters, obviously, I hope this can become a useful video if this is a method you like to use. Like if you like to watch videos, hear a little bit more of a casual, off-the-cuff kind of explaining. But there, of course, will be a sort of working rule book during that period as well. So by all means, you do not need to keep coming back to this and consulting it for anything. And then, of course, if you notice anything is outdated in this video based on what you read, go by what is printed and what is listed in the forums, in the text, any of that. But yeah, I'm just sort of waiting to see if we got any questions that come in here, and then I'll end it by just chatting once again about playtesting if anybody is looking to sort of hop in that hasn't.
Joined late. Are the matte colors significant?
The matte, like the Delve matte colors? Or
I assume the player matte.
yeah, the player matte colors are just aesthetic. The Delve mattes, obviously the icons themselves when you're in a Delve will matter, but the actual art itself is just aesthetic. Same with like the Clash matte, which will be double-sided. That'll be double-sided, and then each region expansion will come with a new double-sided. So that's purely for aesthetic, kind of. Do you want to feel like you're fighting in the woods, or do you want to feel like you're fighting in the snow? Yeah. All that. Okay, in which case, I think I'll do the just chatting about playtesting. All right, so I mentioned this at the very beginning, but to anybody who missed that, we have quite a lot of interest in playtesting. We got a lot of responses back when we initially sort of put out the interest forums. I think it was back in December or so, and December, November. That being said, of course, that was a while ago. And so there might very well be people who are like, oh, hey, I could have done it back then, but I'm not free anymore. And so they'll bow out. Or there's people who join in, they'll try it. And because of the large scale nature of this game, we're unfortunately not going to be able to offer print and play versions of it because it's very large scale. We're going to be doing very rapid changes. So it's not going to be like all right, time for this session. Here's everything that's changed. It's going to be like, oh, does that skill die need to change? Okay, we're going to just update the mod.
Another question with playtesting was out of country.
Out of country should be fine if you just have access to Tabletop Simulator. Unfortunately, none of the assets will be translated by that point. That won't happen until the game is finished, like development wise. So if you're hoping to playtest and you do not speak English sufficiently enough to be able to play the game as it's written in English, that would be a barrier, unfortunately. We won't have any of the translated assets, but purely just from a geographical standpoint, nope, anywhere in the world as long as you can play Tabletop Simulator. So you have an internet connection to be able to get that stuff. Playtesting as well is not expected for you to meet up with other playtesters online and play. You can play this game solo. You can bring in a friend. We have restrictions, though, of course, on that, like just making sure everyone signs the NDAs and whatnot. So that being said, if you are still interested, feel free to open up a ticket on our website or send an email to support@shiptheorygames.com. I also want to mention, I didn't mention this earlier. I forgot to mention this earlier. But if you are in the Twin Cities, so like the Minneapolis-St. Paul area in Minnesota, and would be ever interested in doing in-person playtesting, please make sure to let that know on whatever email or ticket you send. Because that we are probably always looking for more people, just because that comes down to a lot more variability and scheduling. So having a larger pool to pull from for those, we're always looking. But otherwise, if you're looking for TTS stuff, we'll put you in, we'll log your interest, we'll put you in. We just might not have a spot for you, at least for a while, just because we just simply can't run playtesting with like 500 people and be monitoring all of that feedback, all of those forum questions, it just becomes way too much. So we have to try and make sure the amount of playtesters we have is reasonable.
The game, I believe, is colorblind friendly.
Yes, and we'll be making sure to do everything we can. Not everything at the moment is probably colorblind friendly, but we have already logged a lot of things. And we're just like, okay, we got to make sure this will be.
Yeah, I think the only thing right now are these But
Yep.
these will have the icon that they're associated with.
Either
on them.
well,
right?
because that would be a different mold. But I think one
yes.
possibility we might do for things like these stats is have them have a very clear arrow. In which case, then, if you can't quite visually distinguish between the green and the blue, they'll have an arrow though. So if the arrows are pointing this way, you'll know these stats are coming from this, which is a unique icon. So then, if you put stamina across from Magicka, and the tokens all look the same, you'll be like, well, these ones are going from this way, these ones are going from this way, so I have 3 stamina, 3 Magicka, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We'll make sure to do everything we can and address things. And of course, if playtesters, that is an absolutely welcome part of playtesting feedback too, is, hey, is this, if you were colorblind, would you have a hard time? Or if you are colorblind, do you have a hard time with these things?
You do not need to reapply.
No, you do not need to reapply. And I do just want to sort of, I've mentioned this in the Discord forums, and I just want to sort of state this again. I do sincerely apologize for the long delay. We did originally intend to start playtesting way back in December, which is why we put out the interest form. We put out updates. We did all that stuff. But then the priority shifted to make sure we could get the game ready for the vertical slice, when we had to reevaluate how we were going to get like press coverage for this game. And then during that whole process, we found a lot of like aspects that were like, okay, well, we actually kind of want to not take it back to the drawing board, because it's not like it changed that much. But there was definitely a lot of things where we're like, all right, we kind of already know what 90% of the feedback is going to be from playtesting, because we're finding these big issues. So we wanted to take the time, really sink our teeth into it, and make sure it's like, okay, we got to get this into a spot where we know the playtesting feedback isn't just going to be a bunch of forums saying, hey, this thing is broken, or hey, this thing is, So we just, which is why it had to get delayed, a number of those different factors. So to everybody who has been waiting, being like, I still haven't got my invite yet. The only playtesting, external playtesting we have done is with people in the area. So local, bringing in people in. So no tabletop simulator invites have been sent out yet. I think I might regret saying this, but I'm going to be trying to send out the first batch before the end of the day today. If you do not receive anything, that is not a reflection on you. It is just we got a big chunk of people.
It's not you, it's Salem.
It's me, yeah. So,
but also Salem might not have the time to do that. So don't.
Yeah, so I'm going to say I'm going to try, but I'm also in the process of moving and everything. So
yeah, good luck with moving.
Thanks.
Can you tell if you have more expansion plans? We do have expansion plans. We
Yeah.
can't really tell you about what they are, but we are going to have expansions.
Yep. We had
campaign will be fulfilled before we do one.
Yes. So there was the
most
Valen Wood
regions.
expansion and the Thieves Trove expansion in the campaign,
Yep.
which the Thieves Trove one is a free one that won't be free in the future, but it's free now.
Yeah, you should sign it if you're interested in what you've seen in more than a playtesting capacity and would like to purchase a copy. Late pledges are open right now. If you late pledge, you will still get that Thieves Trove expansion for free.
Mm-hmm.
But also Valen's in there too.
Yeah. As far as other regions go, the ones that, and I don't want to comment anything with absolute certainty, because of course with this being a licensed product, a lot of it is related to what we can do and things like that. But as far as expansions that will be explored, and like if we, in the event we do expansions, these are absolutely included, are going to be the other 4 regions. So that's Elsewhere, Hammerfell, Somerset, and is it just those 3?
I don't know.
I think it is. Yeah, it's just it's those 3 because Valenwood is the 4th, and that one's already included. Some other expansion ideas that have been floated around is the possibility, and once again, this is much more like asterisk pending, kind of stuff, would be the idea of like new alternate weird skill lines. Like, can you become a vampire? Can you become a werewolf?
So that would be a skill line. Okay.
Yeah, probably a skill line more so than a class.
We're gonna roll them out like Sims expansions where you have jobs and pets.
Well, we already have pets.
Werewolves and vampires.
We have a expansion that's just more pets.
Oops, all pets.
Yeah.
We cannot state at this time if expansions will be translated. If the interest holds up, that's sort of what that's all dependent on. So we're never going to guarantee it, but
though the stuff in this
campaign,
campaign, yes, right?
Yes.
All of the stuff. So
Everything
Valenwood
in
and
this
Thieves Trove and base game will be translated. yeah, it really comes down to the translation partners, I believe, and sort of just how that plays out.
A fun thing about this process that you might not know if you're not in board games is the translation partners have to make the game themselves, and which requires them to use the things, the materials that we want them to use, which are all spendy and the margins are bad on our games. So they might not want to do it once they see how much money they'll make off of making one of our games. So we can't guarantee anything. If the demand is there, we might be able to secure the same people in the future.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah, in regards to that, this is that. I will say a final word. We are going to be at Gen Con. This game will be at Gen Con in me demoing it for people from the media capacity. If your favorite content creator in the board game space is not signed up for a demo, or is going to Gen Con and you think they might not know about this company or this game, feel free to send them my way. That's media@chiptheorygames.com. Or just let them know about it. I'm open to signups. Yeah, we're hoping for a lot of good feedback from the playtest.
Yeah, and we're going to be doing, like I mentioned too, we're doing a mix of both online tabletop simulator feedback and in person, just because to anybody who has played our games through tabletop simulator, there is a lot of cool little shortcuts that can be used. For example, like to anyone who's played the Burn Cycle tabletop simulator, the fact that you can just click a button and it populates the floors is amazing. But
that's better than how you do it in person.
But that being said, though, part of a really important part of the game feel of our games is the fact that you're you're manipulating stacks of chips, you're getting to grab and roll a bunch of physical dice and all the material, and so we definitely want to make sure it's all right, we're getting that sense of both. So again, just wanted to put that out there again. If you are in the Twin Cities area, or people who might be interested, and you reach out, please just sort of clarify, hey, I'm a Minnesota local, would be interested in person, because we definitely want to make sure we get that nice balance of the sheer volume and number of players we can get through TTS, but then also have more of all right, we're actually using physical components. Do these things feel good when it's physical components, or all that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
All right. Can you show something which is done already? We have...
This dice tray is done. We're not going to make any changes. This is what we ship to people.
Yeah, so because we did have the vertical slice, which we did for the campaign. In which case that we did sort of actually get professionally printed and things like that. So the dice, for example, we have the difference of the dice. These ones are obviously they're just stickered. I just printed those off and stickered them onto some generic dice we had. Whereas these ones here, these actually have the graphic heat sealed onto them.
But those also might even change. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, everything is still subject to change.
The cost of producing a production-ready copy is very large, so we're not going to, and timely. We're not going to do that.
Yeah, I would say if you're interested in seeing stuff that is done already from a component standpoint, the closest thing is if you were to go back and watch our campaign playthrough, the first video. I think even for the second video, I started introducing prototype stuff because we wanted to show off more of the actual game. But that vertical slice, it only included 4 skill lines. It only included 3 classes, which were sort of generic classes that don't actually exist anymore. A handful of enemies, a handful of equipment, a lot of other outdated stuff. So
10 items, 5 relics.
Yeah.
3 classes. 2
Yeah.
races.
But yeah, so as we go into playtesting, though, everything is still subject to change. Of course, there are some things we are expecting to change less so than others. The most common change is just going to be tweaks to enemy and skill balance and things like that. But yeah, unfortunately, we don't have any other sort of finalized components or anything at the moment.
Awesome. Well, that's it for this. We are going to be back next week with, our post July 4th live stream, where we're going to, probably do Undertow, Rage of Tyranny, 40 Wave stuff, show off all that new stuff. I think.
Or we could always do a playthrough of this.
could do a playthrough of this. Oh, I am planning to try and do a live playthrough of this at Gen Con from...
It's going to work?
We're not going to do it from the convention hall. That was a bust. Do not try to stream from convention halls. It's bad. Streaming from a hotspot, not suggested, and convention internet is incredibly expensive, so we don't do it. But yeah, we might do a playthrough there. If we do not, we do it here. But I do have plans for it, tentatively. Don't get excited. Just, it's better to be surprised and, you know, excited. Yeah,
all right.
We'll talk.
Okay.
I'll know on Monday. I will post about what our live stream will be. All right. But that's it for this live stream. Unless anyone has any final thoughts. Do you have any final thoughts, Sam? Any parting gifts of knowledge for the...
I'm excited. We have, during our in-person playtesting, we've gotten already a lot of really exciting feedback. Both positive affirmations on things that have been working, both extremely great feedback and insight on things that, can still get improved. To anybody who was watching during the campaign, you'll probably be looking at this being like, wow, some pretty big changes have happened. Hopefully they're changes that are exciting.
Yeah, it will. As
obviously with any kind of thing, as the game changes and fluctuates, not every change will be something that everybody likes, of course. But, we definitely want to make sure we make a game that's exciting and fun and feels good to play, is also, easy to pick up but hard to master kind of thing.
Yeah, as an assurance to everyone who looked at the campaign and liked what they saw and then is afeared about what it has become. Everybody that I have, and I played tested or demoed this now for many people. Mm-hmm. Demoed this for many people at Origins who had played the original. They like this one better. The changes are positive. They like the original. Changes are good. So.
Yep. And I know also too, I know there will at least be some people out there that are probably really happy with some of the changes, because some of these changes do align and were in response to some feedback that we got even just during the campaign. For example, one I just want to point out was to the people who were like, because you used to start with like base fatigue. And then when you'd increase your cooldown rate, you would then add fatigue to it. And people are like, wow, it feels like you're getting punished for increasing your cooldown. And while one could make the argument that that is not actually technically true in practice based on how things play out, it absolutely felt like you were. And so to those people, there's no more base fatigue that you just put in there. It's empty. So increase that cooldown to your heart's content. Yeah, the only downside is if you are taking acrobatics or heavy armor, because they probably won't last as long. Anywho, I'm getting off topic.
Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks, everybody.
Love you all.
You are all wonderful. I'm excited to have everybody who's signed up for playtesting. And again, if you do not receive an invite, it is not a statement on you. We just have a lot. So hopefully we will be able to eventually invite everyone on the interest, but I can't 100% guarantee that. There's a lot of people on that list. So anyway, come to Minnesota. Do in person. Let's do it.
Yeah, we can't fund you to come to Minnesota. If you're here already, or if you want to fund yourself, I guess. If you're independently wealthy and you just want to live in Minnesota for a few months.
Our air quality is bad. At least for the last week. Anyway, all right. True. We're losing it. So, bye.